strings from the back end to ensure smooth transitions and optimal support for today's event. We will be present throughout the entire event, and we look forward to connecting with some of you as the day progresses.
And now we're going to pass it over to our lovely co-host to kick off the good stuff.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rosie Carrillo, and I'm the Community Impact Analyst at BBB. You may recognize BBB for its reputation among dispute resolution and accreditation. However, the BBB serving the Pacific Southwest, we offer a wide range of support to our local entrepreneurs, from co-working and meeting space like the one you're in today, to our online incubator, accelerator, and microfinancing opportunities, as well as events like the one we're attending today. We have a wide variety of BBB employees and volunteers present today, so we encourage you to connect with us if you're interested in learning more about our programs or offerings. We would like to take a moment to thank our proud partner, GoDaddy. In 2019, we partnered with GoDaddy to bring services to underserved communities, specifically entrepreneurs. Through this partnership, we're able to successfully implement programs such as our Main Street Accelerator, as well as a variety of events focused on business development. So thank you to GoDaddy for extending your resources and allowing us for the opportunity to expand our impact among our communities by starting with our local business owners that line our streets. We would also like to take a moment to thank our community sponsors, Startup Grind AZ, San Diego and Imperial Women's Business Center, and Phoenix Prestamos Women's Business Center, as their assistance in the promotion of this event has allowed for the expansion of this opportunity to learn and connect in our communities. Also, a huge shout out to Broken Yolk Cafe in Pacific Beach, San Diego, for catering their breakfast. Speaking of San Diego, I will hand it over to our lovely co-host, Samantha Scholl. Take it away, Sam.
All right. Good morning, ladies. Woohoo! We are so excited that you are here today. Hello, San Diego. Hello, Phoenix. Hello, everyone. My name is Samantha Scholl, and I am the Entrepreneur Program Manager here at the BBB. And it is such an amazing feeling to see all these women here connected today for the Women's Entrepreneur Summit. I do just want to make a note that this is a hybrid event today. So we do have folks obviously here in San Diego and in Phoenix and online. So let's just take this time to just say hello to everyone. Hello. So amazing to be connected. It is absolutely fitting to have this summit in March, which is Women's History Month. And we actually truly get to celebrate and honor all that women do and the impact that they create around the world. Here in our communities, women comprise nearly half of our local businesses, and oftentimes we are part of an underserved community. So the Women's Entrepreneur Summit aims to bring together a network of powerful female entrepreneurs and leaders to share their experiences, expertise, and resources with one another to ensure equal access to opportunity. So today is an opportunity to shed light on those inequities that women entrepreneurs face and to provide actionable solutions and resources with the goal of empowering and supporting the strong community of women entrepreneurs. So we would just like to take this moment to thank all of you for being here today, for attending our Women's Entrepreneur Summit. We truly, truly appreciate each and every one of you. Whether you're here to grow your business, learn how to support the community of women business owners, or basically just to find new opportunities to collaborate and expand your businesses, you are a part of a solution to play an active role in closing the gap between opportunities and women in business. So let's just give ourselves a round of applause. Go us. To provide the most value for your experience today, we made sure to bring in region-specific resources to our attendees and speakers. Therefore, today, those of us in San Diego may hear from speakers, are going to hear from speakers that are region-specific, and in Phoenix, it will be hearing from region-specific speakers as well. This is solely to ensure that everyone can learn about the resources available in their local communities. So today's session can be found using the Whova app. This app is going to become your best friend today. It's going to allow you the opportunity to navigate through all the sessions, to post on discussion boards, to ask questions, and to get involved with the conversation, which we definitely encourage. And there's an opportunity to win prizes. What would a summit be? A women's summit without a lot of really fun prizes. We will be concluding the day today with some raffles and some giveaways. So don't forget to get involved on the discussion boards for a chance to win. We have 3 raffles today, just to give you a heads up. We have our in-person attendee raffle. So if you're in person here in Phoenix, or if you just joined us and you haven't grabbed a raffle ticket yet, please make sure you do that. We will be raffling off a Fitbit, which we all know is amazing for women entrepreneurs on the go. It's kind of a must-have, and we can also track our fitness. It's amazing. So we also have a community leaderboard contest. The attendee that is most involved and most engaged today on our discussion boards, our chat features, our question and answers will win, as you're actively getting involved and participating in the summit today, and as an effort to empower our women entrepreneurs. For that raffle, we will be raffling off one of my favorite things, which is a 1-year subscription to Masterclass. This will provide you the opportunity to learn new skills, pick up a hobby, or advance your business development. I absolutely love Masterclass. I can't say enough great things about it. Finally, we want to see your photography skills. I know you all have them, so let's bring those photo skills to life. The top 3 attendees today with the most liked pictures on the Whova app, make sure you're posting those pictures on the Whova app, will win a free copy from our keynote speaker, Kara Golden's book, Undaunted, which is amazing. And don't be shy. Feel free to tag the BBB in any of those photos on Instagram as well. We love that. We're at BBB Pacific at Southwest. Pacific SW. So just a little heads up, after each session today, we are going to offer a question and answer for all the attendees to ask their questions. We encourage everyone to join in on the conversation by taking advantage of the chat feature. And if you have not made your introductory post yet, it's time to brag about who you are and what you do, because you never know who you're going to meet today. So let's just put it out there. It's all about networking. And that brings me to the concept of networking. That's one of the reasons why we're all here today. We are going to have plenty of time during the breaks to network, and we encourage you to do so. So now I will hand it off to my lovely Rosie to get this ball rolling.
Thank you, Sam. So first, we'll be kicking off today with a short mindfulness activity. Entrepreneurs work late nights, mornings, and all hours in between, which is why we've incorporated this component to remind you all that maintaining your mental health is just as important as maintaining your business. I now invite Julia Rebecca Myron from our proud partner at Life Guides. Julia is a writer, a certified speaking circles facilitator, a mindfulness practitioner of nearly 13 years. She is passionate about paying forward the benefits of mindfulness, personal growth, and healthy communication in a way that's accessible and palatable to all people. So thank you, Julia, for joining us today.
So I'm just going to remind everyone to turn your phones off or make sure they're all set. So I'm going to be guiding us as everyone's getting ready to get down to business today. I'm going to help us get down to isness. It's basically just a way of saying that we're going to get back. So I'll ask everyone if you can, and if it's comfortable, to have your feet flat on the floor.
You can do it in the San Diego. Thank you. So yeah, feet flat on the floor. You want to be upright and alert, but not stiff. And you also want to be relaxed and comfortable, but not so much that you'll fall asleep. We want to fall awake in this practice. So I invite everyone to go ahead and close your eyes. And I'll ask you to bring your attention to the bottoms of your feet and any physical sensations that you might feel, the bottoms of your feet touching the surface of the ground, the point where the two meet. You might feel tightness or moisture or tingliness, warmth, coldness, or you might not feel anything at all, and that's okay too. Just notice with neutral awareness, not judging anything as good or bad, just is. And then bringing your attention into your legs and any sensations you might feel in your legs. You might feel the fabric of your clothes against your skin, certain temperatures. Just noticing with neutral awareness, not forming an opinion about what you're experiencing. And then moving your attention to your sit bones and muscles against the surface of your seat. And any physical sensations you feel there, the point where your seat and your body touch. And then moving your attention into your back. An area where a lot of people might hold tension. And just noticing what's there, being aware of it without any opinions or judgments. It just is. Feeling your body from the inside out. And then moving into your shoulders and neck. Again, noticing any sensations there, another area where we might hold tension. And then to your jaw, another area that might hold tension. And moving your attention into the back of your head and your scalp. And then around your face, your eyebrows, your cheeks, your mouth. And then we're going to move our attention to what will be the main focal point for the rest of this meditation, our nostrils and the breath moving in and out of our nostrils. You might notice the air moving in and out. It might be cold, it might be warm, it might tickle a little. Again, you might not notice much of anything, and that's okay too. Just notice what you notice with neutral awareness, the physical sensations. And for the next few minutes, we're going to sit in silence. And I'll just remind you that during that time, there's nothing that you need to do. You don't need to stop your thoughts. The thoughts are going to be there. It's normal. You can just, anytime you notice your mind wander, bring your attention back to your breath, moving in and out of your nostrils. and you might need to do it over and over again, and that's totally fine, totally normal. That's what the practice is. You don't even have to breathe any certain way. Your body already knows how to breathe, so you can just let go and let the body breathe you as you continue to bring your attention back to that breath over and over again as we sit in silence. You may notice different sounds in the room, and that's okay too. Just notice, again, with neutral awareness. Let the sounds come and go, just like you let the thoughts come and go. And always return back to that breath coming in and out of your nostrils. And if you notice any thoughts that keep showing up, you might be thinking about the day, wondering how much time we have left in this meditation. That's a common one, or even a seasoned practitioner. Just notice the thoughts and then again, bring your attention gently, kindly, lovingly, bring your attention back to that breath. You feel like you need to shift your body a little bit, that's totally okay. You want to be comfortable. We're not here to torture you. Make sure that you're comfortable so you can focus on your breath. And in about a minute, you'll hear the chime go off. And when you hear that chime, I invite you to just let the sound resonate in your ear for a moment as you take your time opening your eyes and coming back into the room. Thank you all for sitting with me this morning. I will invite you to, as you move into this day, bring this isness into your business today and every day. I am with the company Life Guides, and in the words of our beautiful Gretchen Grove over there, Life Guides is an employee well-being benefit. It matches you with guides such as myself, who you can relate to, who will make you feel heard and supported through real life experiences. So if you have any questions about Life Guides, you can get in touch with Gretchen through the app. And if you have questions about the meditation, you can get in touch with me through that. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Julia. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right, now that we are recentered and feeling good and ready to start the day, we are going to just jump into our first session of the day. First up, we have our community impact panel, and I'm going to pass it off to Rosie, who will be actually moderating the community impact panel today. And Rosie, why don't you just take us away?
Thank you, Sam. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all feeling a little bit better now after that mindful activity. I'm really excited to be here and have the opportunity to speak with some of the businesses that make up our community. This community impact panel is intended to bring together a network of female entrepreneurs to discuss the importance of creating impact within the community, whether that is impact directly serving through fellow entrepreneurs or in ways that you can support one another within your business model. So if I could have my panelists join us up here, and I know some of them are going to be virtual as well. I'll take a moment and then I'll be introducing them today. So first we have joining us from Phoenix, Arizona, we have Stephanie Vasquez, a native Phoenician who started the Fair Trade Cafe to build awareness and accessibility to sustainable consumerism. Through her entrepreneur journey, she has experienced the need for support, resources, and awareness around Latina-owned businesses. Because of this, Ella was founded. Additionally, we have Stacy Best Nervous, is one of the four founders of Archwood Exchange, founded in 2017. Archwood Exchange was created with the goal to create a hub for Black businesses in Phoenix, Arizona. Going on their 5th year, Archwood Exchange has hosted over 1,100 Black-owned businesses, with several launching at the marketplace and going on to brick and mortar locations across the valley. Joining us virtually from San Diego, we have Angel Mason Broadus, who is the president and founder of a creative and colorful marketing and branding agency named Puzzle Pieces Marketing, focusing on social good and providing services that benefit their community. The marketing agency works with nonprofits and mission-driven businesses to develop strategies that inspire action. Last but not least, we have Amy Paul. Amy is a San Diego native and multimedia artist who has been commissioned for projects in a variety of commercial and residential settings. Her talents for art and retail merge in her innovative North Park shop called Pigment. So thank you all for joining us today. I'm really excited for us to get to hear more about your story and your work. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and get started with our first question. We can go in that same order that I introduced you all. Our first question here is, what inspired your work and how did it all start?
Hi, you guys, everyone here and virtually. Stephanie Vasquez. Like was said, I am the owner of Fair Trade Cafe, which is the longest ongoing coffee house here in downtown Phoenix, owned by a Latina. We've been here 15 years strong. Thank you. Thank you. I need to high five you for your work. What inspired me? It continuously changes. Initially, formally, I was an educator. I taught middle school science and absolutely loved it. And that was what I was going to do my entire life. However, like we all know, things change. You have experiences that kind of alter your path. And so through some travels, I was an ignorant consumer. And I went across the country and I had no idea that coffee was a plant. And I shared this because I want the laughs, because I think it's important for us to all understand and wrap our head around the fact that we don't need to be like the all knowing of any one thing to actually do something, create some change, and have a thriving business. So fast forward, Fair Trade Cafe was founded in 2007 because I researched and I couldn't believe the exploitation that actually happens to the earth and to our people, and that we are constantly feeding into this exploitation of people in the earth. And I was guilty of it, unknowingly guilty of it. And I just thought I can't be the only one. I know I'm not the only one. So hence Fair Trade Cafe was birthed. And I continue to teach and educate. It's not so much science. However, it is kind of science, but it really is giving people information and accessibility to a sustainable product that creates positive impact. And it's something that we're consuming every day. Well, most of us, at least once, like if you're like me. So it's just doing our normal everyday stuff, but doing it with intention. So that's how Fair Trade Cafe came along.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stacey Beth Nervous, one of the co-founders of Archwood Exchange. So I always like telling this story. Archwood Exchange was started actually at my kitchen table. So I'm one of the 4 members. One other member is my husband, along with another couple, Henry and Havana Dickerson. And we came together one evening just talking about how we could bring together some sort of store or something to help uplift Black businesses. This was around 2016, 2017, when we realized there was a lot of talented businesses out here in the Valley, but they just were not showcased, or they were all the way on, in Goodyear or something, and not anyone who lives in Goodyear. But it was just not feasible for people to get to. So we actually were planning on creating a store where we could actually host all different type of products or services for Black businesses, kind of create a hub. And we decided, you know what, why not create a marketplace? Our partners had were also business owners. They had vended before at different activities. And they said, let's do a market where we can bring people together. So of May of 2017, we hosted our first marketplace in downtown Phoenix. And we had over 35 businesses that came out that month. And not only was it a place for these businesses to come, it was also a place where people who, like me, who's only on their second year of full-time entrepreneurship, decided to be creative, give it a try, leave their corporate job just to test something that they had this yearning to do and create a safe environment where people could showcase their product or showcase their service and get feedback. And what has blossomed has been a great, beautiful community, like has been stated, that served over 1,100 Black-owned businesses here in the Valley today.
Is it my turn?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry about that. My name is Angel Mason Broaddus. I'm the president and founder of Puzzle Pieces Marketing. We are a creative and colorful marketing and branding agency. I got my marketing experience at medical device marketing companies. I am a pharmacist by education, so it's interesting that I ended up in marketing. Like I said, I got most of my experience at medical device companies, and I founded the company in 2009 when I got laid off from my last corporate marketing position. And at that time, I realized I wanted to never give somebody else the responsibility of knowing whether or not I was going to be able to pay my mortgage. So that's why I started the business. I wanted to be responsible for myself and be able to make my own decisions. And we work with nonprofit and mission-driven businesses because I was taught you don't live on this earth for free. The price you pay is to give back to your community. And by supporting their missions, we're able to do that. I run the business with myself and my wife. And like I said, we've been in business since 2009, and we love the work that we do. We love supporting our nonprofit clients and really being able to make an impact in our community.
I think I'm next. I'm Amy. I'm an artist, an educator. I teach at the local community colleges, art history and color theory. And I also own Pigment, which is a local store in San Diego. We have 3 locations. We opened in 2007. And back then I was just an artist trying to make their way in the world. And I was working in a gallery in one of the communities here in San Diego. And I decided that I wanted to open up my own gallery and my own store. And initially I had my art studio in the back and I painted out of there, and then put my artwork on the walls up front. And right away, we started featuring other people's work. I mean, I was part of the art community. I wanted to show, the work of my friends. I wanted to support my friends. And so we started kind of in a snowball kind of way, just one thing led to another. And I think back then we didn't have like the makers movement. But I suppose that's really what we were forging into, was supporting artists in loosely defined terms, where it's not just two-dimensional art, not just traditional fine art and sculpture, but people making everything from jewelry to macrame to whatever it was. Anyway, it kind of snowballed from there. And today we're a network of hundreds of small vendors. And my chief job today is being a talent scout. My privilege today is looking for who we can invest in. And so we buy and sell other people's work. And anyway, and then I still teach as well. That's it.
Thank you all for sharing. It sounds like you guys are all doing amazing work within your own communities. So why do you think it's important to build community and empower other women and other entrepreneurs?
Such a great question. And even like before you asked it, I was thinking, as I'm hearing all these stories, that there's so much similarity between the essence of the why. And really, it's the interconnectedness of all of the women here and the essence of a nurturing woman, that's an element that we take with us everywhere we go. So when we're talking about our businesses, and you're talking about so many 11,000 businesses that, I'm sorry if I misquoted, but all these businesses that are coming with you, that you are bringing with you, and how we interlink and bring others. I also thought, as you're asking me, the whole face mask, when you're on an airplane and they tell you to put your face mask, and it's so hard for the mamas to even consider putting your face mask before taking care of your child. And it's the same thing. It's that same nurturing, taking care of. So we'll take off our mask really quick, hold our breath and get as many masks on as we can, and then come back up for some air. So with all that, I forgot your question because I had to say that. Can you repeat yourself?
Why do you think it's important to build community and empower other women and entrepreneurs?
So I don't necessarily believe that I have the power to empower. I think we are self-empowered and we get reminders along the day of the beauty and the power that's within us. I think we all come from community. So because we have an experience and a love and a feeling of community, it's so in our DNA. Building community is for me, I'll speak from self. Having a business is just having a business, but having a community is where the power and the impact happens. I can sell coffee all day. However, when I see the people come in that are part of the extended family, you come to the coffee shop and it's an experience. Yeah, you're going to leave with a cup of coffee, hands down. You're going to leave with a great cup of coffee. However, you're going to leave so much more fulfilled and you had an experience.
I'm here thinking about her menu because I go like a couple times a month. It's interesting when you say community. So I'm not originally from Phoenix, but I've been out here for about 15 years. And the same with all of our partners in the business. And coming out here, especially in a city where it is not a large proportion of African-American people, it's very hard. It's very hard to network and find places where you could go just for normal things, as far as, maybe a dentist or a doctor you feel comfortable with. So that's a little bit of when we thought of you talked about something earlier about just being conscious with your purchasing. So that's where it came up when it comes with Archwood Exchange. Well, what can we be conscious with? Well, we know there's people in our community who make soaps or who make lotions. Maybe we'll do that versus, supporting a Johnson & Johnson. So those are some of the lines of thinking that we were coming to. And this might be a little long, but to come to the point of empowering women, coming out here, one of the things you hear was, well, where are the people? Where is the community? And so that is one of the other reasons why Archwood Exchange was created, because we now have gone from every first Saturday to every first and third Saturday where we host this marketplace, which is bringing community basically to one central place for people to come and find. Specifically when it comes to women, we didn't come out with the idea of we're going to highlight just women. It was really just a place for Black businesses. Surprisingly enough, probably about 90% of our vendors happen to be women-owned businesses. We even have young girl businesses, all of those who are starting their place here. So I don't say that it was intentional for that element, but it has been. We have some amazing success stories of, specifically women who either this is their first venture or they have retired and decided they wanted to design a handbag. And now, they made their first sale to even surpassing their goals. And it's something so beautiful to see someone, personally for me, who could be like your grandmother, your mother, to be like, oh my gosh, I've never experienced this and I've made like $1,000 today. Like that's big. And it's so impactful to see how something that you take for granted actually is changing someone's life.
Thank you.
I can go next. I don't know what order we're going in now, but I can go next. I truly believe that none of us are here based on our own individual merits, that there was always someone that helped us along the way, whether it was a teacher or a mentor or a neighbor. And so I want to be, once I make it through the door, I want to be the one that holds the door open for other women. And there have been so many times throughout my career, and even today, where I stand in the room and I'm the only one that looks like me. And that, whether that's Black woman or just a woman in general. And I want to be part of that change. I want to be part of the reason why when the next generation walks in the room, there's a lot of other women that look like them. And I think that is not just, I think it's my responsibility, again, because I truly believe that I didn't get here because of my own merits. I think that there were so many other people that helped me along the way. And I just want to be able to be that influence in someone else's life, for them to be able to see that there's someone that looks like them in the position that they want to be in and understand that they can do it. So I just want us to, as a community, to make sure that we are continuing to support each other, and not necessarily, like Stephanie said, that we have to empower each other, but just to be the example of, and to continue to realize that when one of us wins, we all win. So if I'm working for myself today, that doesn't mean that I'm not helping somebody else tomorrow. So that's truly why I feel like it's important for us to be able to support our community and to make sure that we are, again, leaving the doors open once we're making it through ourselves.
Thank you.
I'll jump in from there. And really, I would just echo the same things. I feel like each of you touched on things that I had in my notes. When I first read this question, I was just like, what do you mean? Like, why not help community? Like it's air to breathe. I think Stephanie mentioned the word why, and I arrived at the same place. It's when you strip back. I mean, at Pigment, we're a retail store. We support, like I said, hundreds of other vendors, individual artists, small mom and pops, and beyond. But at the end of the day, when I look back on our lives and our retail world, when you strip away all the stuff, it's the people. That's what you want to be proud of at the end of the day, is the lives you touch, the opportunities. And we're like, first of all, we have an obligation, a civic obligation, but also we now have the privilege of offering those opportunities, just like Angel is saying, to other people. And there's nothing that gives us more pride than investing in someone else. You see yourself reflected back. It feels so good. Sometimes we call it legacy in the Pigment world. It's like, what's the legacy? And it can really help in decision-making as you move through navigate your business world, is, especially I think in times where you maybe get stuck in the nitty gritty, or you're, bogged down by a decision. It's like, if you really strip it away and just go, what am I going to feel good about at the end of the day? Then the answers are clear. But it always comes back to community and to supporting other people. When you can support women, and anyone underprivileged, amazing. And that's the best feeling. So.
Thank you all. You guys are all doing amazing work. And even though you're all doing it a little bit differently, it's really nice to see the common why. So as you've begun to create these communities and started to create this impact, what would you say has been the biggest challenge or lesson that you've learned through building these communities?
This is a common question over my 15 years of business, and I feel like I have the right answer now. Asked me 3 years into it, 5 years into it, not so much. However, my biggest challenge, I can look at the resources, the lack of support. I can look at all of those things. However, the one thing that, in my opinion, that has been my biggest challenge was myself. My mindset, the things that I believe, the way that we internally speak to ourselves is jaw-dropping. Like the doubt, the fear, all of that you actually have to work through moment by moment and minute by minute is the biggest challenge that I've ever faced, and the power of the breath. So thank you so much for starting us today with that power. I had a reminder yesterday, a girlfriend of mine, she had a very challenging moment, and she talked to herself out loud, and she's like, just breathe. And I was like, thank you for that reminder. Thank you for that reminder. So during these challenges, I'm also going to say, okay, my biggest challenge is myself, and the answer is always myself.
So I would say for the biggest challenge, that was a question, right? I got lost in my own thoughts. Sorry. How do I make this deep? No, I'm sorry. We've had a lot of challenges. And I think for us, when you're kind of in a service business, one, you want the businesses to come because we're supporting other businesses. So for me, I get a little anxious. I'm like, are they going to come? Is it raining? Are they going to come? But the one biggest challenge that I would say the theme would be has to tie to being consistent. So just being consistent, still putting ourselves out there, still making it available, and having faith that the people will come. that it's still going to make the impact that it needs to be. Of course, with everyone, COVID, shut down the world. So it impacted, of course, all our businesses. And when you have a marketplace or keep people come and hang out and linger, that was a really big challenge. And we had to go out on faith and know, hey, this is something that we know that people need. So let's go back and do it. Let's make sure we do it right. Let's make sure we do protocols. And things have just been blossoming even more. So I would say the big thing for us again was just consistency, and then just taking that leap and going forward, and just seeing what happens.
And then if Angel wants to go next.
I have to say, which is maybe somewhat controversial, but it's my truth, is that biggest challenge for me and is recognizing that not everybody is rooting for you to win. And I think that has been a challenge for me because I'm always consistently trying to love on everyone, trying to share my blessings, if you will, and realizing that not everyone is looking to do the same. And that in the work that I've done, I've had to be very selective of who I choose to partner with. I want to be able to help all organizations. I want to be able to help all people, but realizing that I have to trust my intuition, trust who I choose to partner with, and making sure that they are aligned with where we are going and what we are wanting to accomplish. And I think that it's something that I've had to really challenge myself again, because I feel like we have this voice in the back of our head, and sometimes we, like Stephanie said, there's this self-doubt. And for us who are all about helping our community, a lot of times you get into your own head and you think that, maybe I'm just being overly sensitive, or maybe I'm just being too suspicious, and realizing that I just have to start trusting my intuition and recognizing when there are times where you have to be very selective of who you trust, who you partner with, and just making sure that you're leaning on the people who are going in the same direction, who are also rooting for you to win, and who are trying to be a supportive member of not just your community, but the community as a whole. So that has been one of my biggest challenges, is just, again, trying to be mindful of my own intuition and making sure that I'm using it to be very selective and strategic about who we choose to partner with.
I'll go from there, and I can say I had intuition in my notes as well, and I don't have it in this answer, but Angel, I share the chatter of haters is a thing, and surrounding yourself with positive people is in some of my notes of the questions too. On this particular one, I divided it between challenge and lesson. And for challenge, one of my biggest challenges, I mean, there's a million things that happen to us, to the company, to me, to the team. But one of my biggest challenges is one of the few things that we control, and that's who we say no to. Saying no is so hard. It's one of the things I hate about being in retail and in investing in people is unfortunately sometimes you have to say no, and I just find that incredibly challenging, but also really important. Then beyond challenge, I divided it to lesson, and for lesson, I think my biggest lesson would be that there are a million lessons, that every day is literally challenges and lessons, and that when I reflected on that, I finally came to the fact that you never arrive. The lessons never end. The challenges of year 1 and 2 and 3 and 10, they're just different, and it's all hard work, and it's really the journey and not the destination. And if you can be open to improving and to listening to the universe and what it's trying to teach you in those moments, then I think maybe that's one of our largest lessons. It's just that there's a new thing you're going to learn every day, and every time you think you've just about got it down, the world, the universe is there to remind you that nope, like there's still room. So that's it.
Thank you. I think it's really important, to acknowledge the challenges that we encounter, because I think one of the best ways is to learn from each other. And hopefully you can all walk away today knowing that you can overcome any challenge that you can through, communities that these ladies have built, or through us at the BBB. So thank you all for sharing that. And, it takes a lot to be vulnerable and admit those challenges, especially as you guys mentioned, when people are doubting you or when they don't believe in you. So thank you for sharing that. And as we move on to at least my last question before we hand it off to see if anybody else has a question, what advice do you have for someone who is looking to do something like this, to create, their own community, to create that social impact?
So this might be cliche, and I know Nike already has it all everywhere, but really, like, you guys you've got to just do it. And you don't need to have all the answers, because when you think you do have all of the answers, you're blessed with another challenge. So one step at a time. I use the example of, some of us are mamas. I'm a mama of 3, and watching our children in the beginning take their first steps. And they're like standing for a second, and then they realize that they're standing. They're like, oh my gosh, I'm standing, and they quickly fall to safety. We are no different. We are all walking little ones when we're attempting something new. It feels very foreign. It's very scary. It's frightening. Then when you realize you're in the air, you're like, oh my gosh, I'm doing this. And you sit down and like, I don't think I want to do this. All of that is normal. It's all normal. You'll hear a lot of similarities with everything that we're saying. And it doesn't matter how many years into business, the challenges, the fears, all of those things continue to happen. So be bold, believe in yourself, and try it. And guess what? If it doesn't work, then you're closer to the next great idea. So just keep going.
I would add on to that. Definitely you have to just do it. You have to try. When it comes to community too, depending on what it is that you're trying to do, I think because of the time that we live in with social media, it's very easy to connect with others who may have a similar thought process or who may be interested in the same thing. So again, you just have to put yourself out there. This is coming from someone who is more reserved. I don't know. I'm like, why am I doing the panel? But I'm like, leave that to my husband. He likes talking. But yes, when I was in corporate, I hated doing networking, but small things like this is nice. I like this. But yeah, you definitely have to get out there, and, they say, like, find your tribe, find those people. And, that to me is kind of your first test market of if you have a product, if you have a service, when you're thinking about building community and building this place where you can bring others to help thrive. So I think it is going to be very similar. You have to try it. You have to believe in yourself, and you have to know if it doesn't work, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. You just get back up and try it again. Pivot, do something different. And you do have to have that internal dialogue of, okay, I'm just going to keep going. Let's start over. If you journal, write it out, do it on your voice notes or whatever you have to do to keep motivating yourself.
Thank you. And then if I could have Angel share a little bit.
The bit of advice that I can give is to find a cause that aligns with your values and one that you're very passionate about. There are so many ways that you can get involved in the community, and by trying to jump into all of them, one, you're going to bring yourself out and you're not going to be passionate about it. You're just going to wear yourself too thin. And going back to what what Amy said, you have to learn how to say no. So find a cause that aligns with you, and one that that you're very passionate about, that you want to give your time to, and that it's not going to burn you out if you're constantly doing that. And the other reason why I think it's really important to find something that you're passionate about and something that aligns with your values is you're going to be able to give more of yourself. You're going to be more committed to it. And in those days where you have self-doubt, and those days where you are tired, it's going to be the motivation that keeps you going. It's going to be the why. You're going to be able to go back to it and remember Why am I doing this in the first place? It's what gets me up every morning, is by knowing that supporting our nonprofit clients, we're able to help them improve the lives of people in our community. Every day that I get up, that's one more life. That's one more woman they're able to get out of a domestic violence situation. That's one more child that they're able to feed. It's one more homeless person that they're able to get off the streets. And by supporting their work and the passion that they put into it, it makes me passionate about the work that we're doing. So the best advice that I can say, aside from, echoing what my other panelists said, is to make sure that however you get involved, however you show up, it's for a cause that is important to you and one that you are very passionate about.
I love it. I honestly, like, all this, everything you guys have said, I'm just saying in different words, and different analogies. I divided this answer between what you can do internally and what you can do externally. And so externally, I made notes about, just as Stephanie said, starting with one thing, start anywhere. That big dreams, lofty goals are made one step at a time. One of my mentors once said, how do you eat an elephant? And the answer is one bite at a time. You take one baby step. And if I can draw an analogy that leans on my art world and my teaching world, in my art classes, if you're looking at a blank panel, or if I'm sitting in front of my canvas, I have to go with it. I have to let it live and breathe. And even though I have an idea about where I'm headed, I want to be able to move and see an opportunity and change direction. I think in all the years we've owned Pigment, when people ask, how did you get here? I think the question almost always leads with that we had an idea of where we were headed, and we didn't. That's the irony of it all, is it's been a process over many years, and we just knew we loved the arts, we loved education, we were invested, and we took one step at a time. So externally, just start, take one step, surround yourself with positive people, get involved in your community, keep the positive, and limit yourself from the negative. Don't engage with it. Don't feel like you have to change it, but just dismiss it and keep focused, right? Those are distractions from the goal. And then internally, the advice that I would give is learn to be a great team player. In our world, everything is contingent, especially, when we were one store, when we were working with less people, it was, you didn't have to rely on the team as much. We were always a team, but as we scaled, teamwork is absolutely critical to growing your dreams. I can't overemphasize it. And I too have kids. They're playing soccer. I played soccer. I feel like everything that I learned on the field, I apply in my world. Being a good team player means being supportive, being dedicated, disciplined, sacrificing for one another, considering the team over the one, and all of those things. I feel like they make me stronger as a leader. And as I'm looking at my team and who I want to partner with, that's who I want to partner with, is someone who shares that same ideology and those same values. So that's it.
Thank you all. That is really, really amazing advice. So we do have another question from Jessica from the chat that says, with all the responsibilities and expectations as leaders, how do you stay grounded? How do you stay connected with your true self?
Personally, it's taking care of myself is crucial, and it took a lot of not taking care of myself to realize how important taking care of myself was. I've got very strong morning practices and evening practices that I'm highly dedicated to. So if I have something like this where it's early in the morning and I have got to get my child to school and the shop needs this, and that, I make sure that I get up an extra hour early to take care of my meditation practices, to ensure that I'm eating what I need to do, make all of these things. So for me, like I always laugh too at the balance question. How do you stay balanced? Well, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. So in order to make sure that you're able to oil those wheels, you've got to make sure that you are taken care of?
My answer to that kind of goes to what was said earlier about knowing when to say no. So, like I mentioned, I'm on a team of 4. And as much as I want to try to be involved and do everything, there's a time where I said, you know what? I need a month. I need a month just to really focus on me, focus on the things that I was doing. And now that's easier said than done, especially if you have a team of equal members. But in other aspects, I have a different business, and the way I keep myself grounded is, one, knowing my schedule. Can I do this? Can I not do this? Does it have to be done this day? Or can I move it over to the next side? Does that mean saying no to a potential client and potential extra money this day? If it means the sanity for me to be able to know what I'm doing, know where I'm going, spend time with my husband, with my children, then the answer is yes. So having, I would say, boundaries and sticking to them, and one of those, saying no when you need to.
Thank you. Does Angel or Amy have anything to add?
One of the things I'd like to add is that part about the true self. And I think it's really important. For me, I interpret that as showing up as my authentic self. And I think that it's important to me. One, because I want our clients to understand who they're working with. I want them to work with us because they want to work with us, not because of what they think they're getting. If you go to our website, you're going to see that we're just very transparent and honest about who we are, what we stand for. And if it doesn't align with you, then move on to the next, because, you know, there is another company out there that is going to align with you. And that's, you know, obviously no shade to the nonprofit or the organization that wants to work with us, or to us. It's just, there's not a good fit. So again, it's really important for me to make sure that we are showing up as our authentic self, because I want clients to work with us because they know what they're getting themselves into from the very beginning. And how do I keep myself grounded and balanced? We take Monday off every week. We're still open as a company 5 days a week, but Monday is my day to take off. And I don't take meetings. If I choose to work behind the scenes where nobody knows I'm working, that's my choice, but I won't take meetings. I don't. I try not to work on Monday just because I need that downtime. I've learned how to say no. One of the things that I have learned is, and maybe I shouldn't be sharing this, but I am. I have a difficult time saying no, but I've learned the art. And one of the things that I do is, if it's an email that I don't think is that important and the answer is no, I just won't answer it. I don't have the expectation that I have to respond to every email. Sometimes I'll just let it go. And if it's that important, and if they really need an answer, they'll send it again, and then I can respond on the second time. But if the answer is no, I just feel like there's so many other things that I have to dedicate my time to, that sometimes I'll just let something go unanswered and move on to the next thing. And if it's that important, they'll send it again. So that's kind of how I try to, again, have a work-life balance and continue to show up as my true self. Is just what you see is what you get.
My answers are similar. I did want to throw out that the email is terrible. Can we have a panel on that? I absolutely hate email. What I feel like the question for me, as soon as you said it, I thought, oh, compass. You're talking about what we think of as your internal compass. And it's something that we're always coming back to, making sure that it feels good and that your compass is still directed, that you're not being misguided, distracted. And when it comes to balance, I'm not great at that. I think that my normal operates in a state of like busy feels comfortable in a way for me. So, but I'm always striving for the sake of my family and my husband to try to find better balance. The one thing that we do try to do, and not always great, but we're always reapplying, and is compartmentalizing, trying to compartmentalize time for dedicated time for the different priorities we have. It's incredibly challenging, but I feel like my best hope for balance in a more traditional way will be my best compartmentalizing, where I turn off certain, goals so that I can focus on the one, knowing that I have dedicated scheduled time for the other. But it's when the chaos of many things is coming at one time that life feels especially like schizophrenic, or something where you're like, whoa, 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 but to the degree that you can compartmentalize, that's probably my best.
Thank you. We do have another question from Madeline. It says, what early key decisions did you make while building your socially conscious and purpose-driven business that helped you shape your business today? Any suggestions for people starting out? So it says, what early key decisions did you make while building your socially conscious and purpose-driven business that helped you shape where your business is today?
For me, it was creating the foundation of what my non-negotiables were. So I'll give you an example. I can have a coffee distributor come in and tell me, Stephanie, we can sell this to you for $2 less a pound. However, it's not fair trade certified, it's not organic. Your profit margin is going to increase by this much. And that's a hard no for me, an absolute hard no. It's not even something I'll consider. So my sustainability efforts, the way that we hire, our composting efforts, like there's certain things that just are not going to change. You're going to come to Fair Trade Cafe, and really the foundation of it, back in the day, people used to say, when I walk in, it just feels, there's something about it. And in the back of my head, I knew what it was. However, I wouldn't openly say it. Now it's just like, it's love. Like you guys are feeling love. You guys are feeling intentionality. There's something about it. It's like trying to explain chocolate. Like, how do you explain chocolate to someone that has never tasted chocolate? Like, just taste it. So that's the thing. That's the thing with love. Like, love, love and the foundation. So really, when you're starting your enterprise, and I'm going to call it that because I'm going to put it out there, like the businesses that you are starting, running, building are enterprises. They're huge. They're multi-billion-dollar impactful businesses is what I'm going to put out there. So to me, it's really understanding the foundation and having a very clear, idea. Now, you need to be wavering at some points. However, there are just some of those things. And to me, it's having the foundation. Those are things that for me are non-wavering. I'm very clear on.
Piggyback off of Stephanie. She has all the gems. So for us, it was very, very conscious. Like I said, it started at my kitchen table. We were already having a discussion, and I mean, we put pen to paper. What exactly do we envision? What do we want? We wanted to create a marketplace where Black businesses could come and showcase whatever they had, their art, their product, their service, give them a place where they could shine and share. And we've stuck true to that. That's our mission. That's our goal. And through that, we found other lanes of how to support businesses and support our community. So for us, it seems very simple, but we have gotten a lot of, I guess you could say, criticism, or attack might be kind of strong, but I'll say that's what it is. We've gotten that along the way. So we've also had to make sure we're creating a safe space, and we've done that, and we just are sticking true to that. So I hope I answered the question right, but it was really our intention was our intention. We've never had to stay from it. It's more of just keeping it safe and making sure if people are trying to come in and trying to grab on to what we've created, making sure, okay, well, are you the right fit? Are you going to help support the people that we're trying to support and uplift? And that's all we can do is just stay true to that.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add, Angel?
Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
Yes. So the question was, what early key decisions did you make while building your socially conscious and purpose-driven business that helped you shape your business today?
To be able to learn from people who were already doing something either similar or where we wanted to go, and to recognize that we did not have all the answers. Not to be afraid to ask questions, and to, even if you have to pick up the phone and call and ask people, how did you navigate through this? What were some of the challenges that you faced? if you're going through this at this point, there's probably someone else has already gone through it that you can learn from, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So being resourceful also means leaning on people who already have the expertise and the knowledge that you need to get to where you're going, and not being afraid to lean on those people. That was something that I learned very early on, is that, you know, I never had the ambition of starting a business. I started a business because, again, like I said, I wanted to be able to be in full control of whether or not I was able to pay my mortgage. That was my ultimate goal. So I knew that I was going to have to figure this out as I was doing it, and that there were people that could help me along the way, and that I couldn't be too prideful to ask questions and to lean on those people that were willing to help me.
Thank you.
I think my contribution would just be, and I don't know that this was a choice early on, but if I reflect on, you know, what key things helped us in the long run, I think rejecting social norms, conventionality, status quo in our world, at least how long, 14 years ago when we started this, you know, people told me, oh, you know, because we work with a lot of smaller vendors, there's like risk in someone who doesn't have a line sheet, someone who doesn't know how to bill properly, doesn't, you know, have a purchase order in a conventional sense, or even there were so many places where one person, a fellow retailer told me one time, oh, well, how many cards will you have to sell compared to one sofa? You know, that for them, it was a quick turn of big money one time, real quick. And I'd have to sell, I make $2.50 that's not profit, but that's the margin on a card. How many cards would I have to sell? And the long story short is that was cool. But for us, we were working with a lot of people. It gave us joy to invest in it. And we were just excited about their work. So it wasn't really a conscious choice per se, but I think, I feel like I'm saying the opposite of what Angel is saying. I also obviously see value in in using the tools that are out there, asking for help, and obviously mentorship. I have many, but there was also a time to go, that's cool. That's how you've done it. There's value in that, but there's also another way to do it. And I'm going to stick to my guns.
Thank you. So this one, Karen asks, how did you transition from working for a company to full-time entrepreneurship? I find it hard working as a senior leader in healthcare to build my own company / dream, and while raising 4 children.
There was no transition for me. I think about, you can't take your point A to point B with you. At some point, you have to let go of A, and there's that middle part that is so scary. That is so scary before you get to your point B. And the next thing you know, your point B is now your new point A, and you're trying to get to the next point B. So I was an independent at the time when I started my business. I was an independent mother of 2. I'm now an independent mother of 3. There isn't a comfortable time to leave. There isn't enough money in the savings account. You're not hitting a certain revenue and now I can do it. No matter what, it is scary. It's scary to be completely, like it was said earlier, completely responsible for yourself and to yourself. And then when you start adding team, it again. So I'm going to just refer back to, like, you've just got to do it. If you're going to do it, just do it. Like, don't talk about it, be about it. Just move. Like, the sooner you pull off that Band-Aid, the sooner you're going to know what challenges you need to face and the problems you need to fix and how you need to elevate to get to that point B. But it's not ever going to be this paved path that is so easy and full of nothing but bliss. I'm sorry.
I'm the opposite of what she just said. Yes. So I want to give you all a little bit of background for me. So I worked for a large financial firm for like 15 years. I officially left January of 2021. So I'm still new into this full-time entrepreneurship journey. With Archwood Exchange, we're on a Saturday. So it was very easy to still work full-time and, on Saturday, it's my free time, what I want to do. I have another business where I do skincare, facial services, things like that. So with that business, we talked about compartmentalizing. I think Amy said it. I would work from 7 to 3:30, get off in enough time to take my first appointment at 4:30 on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. I had my whole little schedule. Saturdays I was open, but I also had Archwood. So I had to block out a couple of hours just so I can get back to Archwood, make sure it was good. And then finally, I said, okay, I need to make a plan because the money is good and it's so stable. I have insurance. I mean, these are all real life things we're thinking about. Do I really want to give all of that up and solely focus on myself achieving my goals and dreams? And it sounds great and grand, but I was really, really scared. So what I did was I tried to have as much of a plan. I tried to have an exit plan, told myself, okay, I'm going to leave in this amount of time. Now, for me, it worked out. I don't want to say I'm thankful because I'm not thankful for COVID, but the timing worked out where I ended up working from home. And I realized no matter how I changed this job, being able to work from home, be with my kids more, I did not like it anymore. And it was draining everything out of me to where I couldn't even get out of bed to go on the computer. So that's when I know, okay, it's telling you, you need to leave. And at that time, even though it was super scary, I finally left. But then it was COVID, so I couldn't do anything. But and then Archwood, we were doing it virtually. But all that to say is it took me a long time to finally take that leap. But because I knew my end goal is that is what I was going to do, I was able to mentally prepare. So for some of you, it might take a little longer, and that's okay. It really is okay. But just making sure that you have a plan. You know, if you're really into numbers, make sure your numbers work out. Make sure you're going to, have all your stuff paid. And make sure you have all of that set up. So when you are ready to go full force, you can. And that's just realistic what I went through.
Thank you. Angel or Amy, did you want to add anything?
Like Stephanie, I did not have a transition either. But my situation is very different and unique. I joke and I say I had the fortunate opportunity of being laid off from my last corporate position because when I was laid off, I got a very good severance package. And so when I started the business, it gave me some padding. However, right after I started it, I had to make a very difficult strategic decision. I was offered a really good position at a very large medical device company. And so at the time I had to make the decision of, do I take this job and go back into corporate America, or do I work on getting my business started? And I knew that I couldn't do both. I was going to have to spend so much time in the office of this new position that my business would have to fall by the wayside and I would never get it up and running. And so what I ended up doing was somehow I was able to talk my way into that position, hiring my company, as opposed to them hiring me as an individual. And I basically told them, if you hire my company or if you contract my company, get my entire team. I didn't have a team. I had a network, so I knew that if it was too much work for me to do myself, that I would potentially be able to lean on other people to kind of help offset some of that work while it was continuing to grow the business. And that was how I got my first client. So thankfully, I was able to talk my way into still keeping that or getting that position, but work on my business at the same time, not having to go into their office. So that was how I transitioned from having a full-time job into working into my business full-time. It was, I think, a combination of a couple things. I was very fortunate to have a good severance package, and I was, even though it was very scary, I decided that I was going to have to decline the position and focus on my business. But at the same time, I was able to talk my way into them hiring me and hiring my business as opposed to hiring me as an individual. So I was just, the stars aligned, I guess. And I was able to talk my way into work that they probably should have hired somebody to do as opposed to hiring my business, but we were able to get it done.
And my story honestly, I haven't let go yet. So if, Stephanie said point A and point B, and I think of him as trapeze, I think one of my mentors at one point suggested that it was, how do you let go of one trapeze bar and grab the other? And I'm still holding on to both. Maybe I'm more on pigment and I have a pinky over here, but I've been teaching, I'm coming into 19 years now at the colleges. For me, it really has been a process of diminishing my relationship to my, more orthodox teaching world. I used to teach at 3, I'm down to 1 school now, but I used to do 4 in total. I live the adjunct world for all of us adjuncts out there. You know who you are. It's a thing. But so I was running all around town teaching. And so I've diminished my role so that I could focus more. But it's been a really slow process. And actually the diminishing happened maybe in year 5. I cut down to 1 school, but like some of the other, like Stephanie mentioned, or maybe it was Stacy mentioned, insurance. So I have a family of 4. Pigment thing, somehow I think in year 10 we started offering medical benefits, retirement, PTOs, all of that. We do have a package at Pigment, but nothing touches the community college program for me. So that's one of the reasons why I stay teaching, is just the pragmatic side of health insurance. But beyond that, I love teaching. So that's the other piece of it, is it's gratifying and it fulfills me in a way. In fact, maybe I could have answered the balance question with some of that for me, it provides a little balance. It used to be that Pigment was, and my art world was, an escape from teaching because that felt overbearing. And now when I go to teach, it's like, woo, what's up guys? How's it going? And it provides some reprieve and a little balance from what can feel chaotic. Beyond that, so I wonder, in your senior leadership, to the person who asked the question, if it's possible to diminish your role and then eventually, like the others said, maybe let it go. I will say another reason I keep it now, because for years, my husband can attest to this, that I've been saying ooh, should I let it go? It's stressing me out. The semester's starting and I'm feeling anxious, and the pandemic gave me second thoughts about that. The pandemic really made me appreciate how tenuous retail is. And it all went away like that, and then it came back, of course, as you all know. But there was a minute there where my teaching world was all that was helping my cover my mortgage. And then the other thing that came to mind in how you hold on to both bars, or you let go of one, a support network, right? I'm thinking, even when I was preparing for this, my kids were like, well, why isn't dad being interviewed? And I thought, well, it's a women's summit, but without my husband, who's my partner in crime, in my everything, and then on my entrepreneurship, my Pigment level, I have a team of people that support me and support the vision that we have there. So don't get me wrong, I'll be leaving even this meeting going, should I stop? Because I want that for myself too. Like any trapeze pulling, it tends to tear you apart, right? It's hard to hold on to them. So I think that time will come for me, but for me, it's been a much slower process. It's been diminishing, and while one ramps up. So.
Thank you. And we are running out of time, so we don't have any time for any other questions. However, as we've mentioned before, you do have the opportunity to ask those questions through the Whova app. You have access to it for 3 months, so you have time to connect with any of these lovely ladies. If you have any other questions, thank you again for joining us for this community impact panel, and keep up the great work within your communities. So again, thank you. This was a wonderful panel, and I hope you are all as inspired as I am now. So thank you again. And Sam, I'll hand it over to you for our next session.
Okay, well, I also want to say thank you. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Yes. Wow, that was absolutely amazing. Thank you to each and every one of you. I am blown away, and it was so inspirational and empowering and insightful. And thank you so much. And Amy, if I could live inside of Pigment, I would. The inside of my house looks a little bit like a mini Pigment, so thank you for that. So now we're gonna just jump right into our next session. And next up, we have our proud partner, GoDaddy. GoDaddy is a long time accredited business, an absolutely amazing partner for us, and a leading entity in the service of providing tools and resources to everyday entrepreneurs and those in underserved communities. I am honored to introduce next Casey Como. Casey is a marketing, technology, and communications leader with nearly 15 years of experience in marketing in both the technology and the CPG space. Prior to her current role as Senior Director of Global Product Marketing at GoDaddy, Casey spent 7 years in the travel space at Home and Away in Vrbo. The highlight of Casey's role at Vrbo was helping entrepreneurs, vacation owners, and managers be successful and grow their businesses. To expand her impact in enabling small business, Casey joined GoDaddy in 2020. She and her team spend their days building products, solutions, and marketing strategies to help everyday entrepreneurs get all the tools and resources that they need to grow their businesses online. So thank you so much for joining us today, Casey.
Hi, let's do a quick sound check. Can everybody hear me okay? How we doing? How's everyone's day, morning?
Woohoo!
All right, yeah, that's the energy I like. And so nice to meet you all. Thank you for the warm welcome introduction. It is truly an honor and a joy to be here speaking with you all. You introduced me, I think, nicer than anyone else ever has, but to add into some of my professional kind of background, I am Casey, again, based in Austin, Texas. Outside of work as a corporate marketer, I have 2 dogs, a great partner, and I'm pretty just wickedly passionate about entrepreneurship. So thank you for having me. Let's dive in. I've got a lot to share with everybody in terms of tips, and hope you all will at least learn one thing out of this session that you can apply to your business. I'm actually hoping many people get more than one thing, but with that, let's just go ahead and dive in. So first off, I like for this to be interactive. I'm super conversational in nature, so I would love to hear from you all. Use that little chat function and blow up the chat. Tell me what type of businesses do all of you have? I'm going to give the chat a minute, make sure something blows up so that we can get some conversation going. Awesome. Educational consulting, art and furniture businesses. Anyone else out there able to access the chat? I'll try med spa. I'll try to keep those in mind as we go through and make sure I'm highlighting good examples. Lots of freelancers. Awesome. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Second is, tell me, marketing is a journey. Every business is unique and at different phases in their marketing journey. So on a scale of 1 to 5, where are you all in your marketing journey right now? 1 being brand new, not really into marketing just yet. 5 being I'm a pro and I'm just here listening in for some new ways to grow. Throw that up in the chat, and then while you guys are letting me know where you're at, just highlighting my number 1 goal, no matter where you are on your journey, is that you'll all walk away with something that you guys can leverage. 3, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, well, we have some experienced and some novice folks, so I will try to kind of spin the gamut and spend the appropriate time. 1.5, I love it. Don't worry, we're here for you. We'll make it work. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. And as silly as it might sound, I wanted to quickly define some parameters around what marketing really is. At the end of the day, marketing is about all of the actions companies take to attract an audience to either the product or the service that they offer by convincing them their products are important, are the right choice, and offer a better value than the competition. That sounds simple enough, right? Go ahead and go to the next slide. Sounds simple, easy definition, but when you think about all of the different types of marketing activities out there and all the different things that you could do, it gets really overwhelming. So lots of different tactics here. Go ahead and go to the next slide because it's like really overwhelming. Those are all of the marketing tools, and probably not even all of them, that a particular business could do to go out in the world and talk about their products, services, or businesses. So you might be wondering, great, you've now just confused me. Where do I get started? So have no fear. On the next slide, we're gonna really start jumping in and talking about 5 strategies that you can use when you need to add some method back to the madness. And when you start getting swirly on what to do next or which one of those levers you can pull, just come back to these fundamentals that we're gonna talk through right now. So the first strategy that I wanted to share and talk about with this group is building your brand matters. And when you think about brand, a lot of non-expert marketers are like, that feels squishy, or I don't need a brand. You know, I've got my name and I've got my logo, but a brand is way more than some of those elements. Jeff Bezos, who is the founder and former CEO of Amazon, really defined brand as it's what people say about you when you're not in the room. And so what that's really meant to highlight is that when you think about your brand, you really want to be mindful in the overall experience of what your customers are getting or what they're experiencing when they interact with your company or brand. So going to the next slide, really, really your brand matters. And the reason it matters is it helps you drive differentiation in your business against the competitors. It also helps you build loyalty with your customer base, helps you create mental shortcuts, communicate clearly, and attract new customers. And so when we're talking about building your brand, listed here are some of the elements that you can use to think about and be mindful as you craft and pull your brand together. So some are easy, like what's your business name? Great things to think of are, is it short, easy to pronounce, easy to write? You know, when you're picking your domain name, is it easy to not fat finger or do a typo in? The other thing to think about is what are your logos or marks that can and will represent your business? And then what's your personality? Are you fun? Are you serious? Are you quirky? Are you professional? Are you traditional? All of those things matter as you think about honing your brand communication and kind of personifying it out into the world. Also, what's your mission and tagline? What's the reason you're in this business? Because that can help really connect with prospective customers. And then of course, your logo and visual identity. How does your logo tie and how will you show up in the world? It includes kind of your personality and your visual identity. So earlier I talked about kind of creating mental shortcuts. And what that really means is, take the example on the screen. Is anyone in the room, you can either shout it out, I hope I can hear you, or put it in chat. Does anyone know what brand we've pulled these advertisements from? Yes, somebody said Target. So whoever you are, give yourself a pat on the back. Now, if you look at it really carefully, the Target logo or name is never mentioned in any of those things. And so when I say creating a mental shortcut, Target has a look, it has a feel, it has a vibe, it has a visual identity. So when you're seeing their marketing out into the world, you have an immediate shortcut of what that brand is. So you can spend more time thinking about the message that they're sending to you and less time trying to figure out how to contextualize the brand or who's speaking at you. So go ahead and go to the next slide. This just has more Target examples to where you can really take a step back and see that the advertisements or the brands, again, visual identity. So you drive consistency, which is really, really important as you build a deep relationship with your consumers. So again, kudos to the person that called out Target. If you're like me, I probably get targeted to one too many times because I'm an avid target customer. So strategy number one, building your brand absolutely matters. Let's move on to strategy number two, which is really know your customers. In fact, try to know them better than they know themselves. Anytime in the corporate world where I have a problem and I don't know the answer, I go to talk to my customers or I observe them. Now, you might immediately be thinking, great, this is not a helpful marketing strategy. I have heard this time and time again, but I want to elaborate a little bit deeper, because while I know my customers, every single time I go to ask them a question or observe them in the world, I learn something new about them. And so because customers are people, they're always evolving and growing and changing. So I'm super confident that most of you in the room, if not all of you, have an opportunity to know something more about your customers. And once you start digging and going deeper into your customers, you'll unearth little nuggets that will help you improve your marketing activities. So the types of things that you could start to understand are, what are their needs? And what do they believe on multiple levels, both generally about the product or service area that you provide, but also in deeper topics. And so, for example, let's take one of the businesses that were thrown in chat, right? A pool cleaning business. You could perhaps, when you think about beliefs, maybe something believes in safe chemicals, or maybe someone believes in supporting local. Those are the types of beliefs that you can align with and help target your marketing communications to highlight. Also understand what their pain points are in day-to-day life and how might your product or your service solve them. Then you want to understand, what are their habits? What are their routines? Where are they driving by? What are they listening to? What media are they consuming? So that you can start to get a better understanding and where you might create those moments to show up and talk to customers about your message. And then last, but certainly not least, what's their budget? An immediate killer sometimes with marketing is if a customer has X budget and you're priced Y, and those two things don't align, that can be a big misalignment. So better understanding budget and willingness to pay will help make sure that you're setting the right pricing. And so when you think about, as you go and unearth all of this different data, once you've got a good set of who your customers are, you can use a technique called segmentation to really add some method to the madness and group customers by common data or by common attributes. And so one of the questions I commonly get to is like, okay, well, I'm interacting with my customers every day. How do I get to know them better? And I have three key tips for you that aren't on this slide, but one is go ask them. You can interview them, you can do surveys, or I've seen brick and mortar locations or even real estate open houses have a suggestions box where people can anonymously leave tips or feedback, and you can go read those and figure out which ones you might consider taking action on. The other one is just go in the market and watch them. Well, it kind of sounds weird, but I often go to coffee shops to just observe people and see what their habits are. What are they talking about? How long do they stay there? And another great resource for small businesses is using secondary research. There are thousands of free reports online that talk about consumer spending habits or trends that you can go read for free to help better understand your customers. So let's go to the next slide, and I want to talk a little bit more about the types of segmentation. And so there are 4 types of segmentation that I've listed here. Again, it's when you take the data, how you group it all together. The first one is there's demographic segmentation, which, as you can see from this chart, which please print it out, use it, and do your own version of this for your business. But demographic situation could be age, income, gender, weight, or any other type of kind of quantification of the person that you might be targeting. An example of that using something I'm seeing in chat, if you're a real estate broker, your audience might be realtors or home sellers. You might want to learn a little bit about their income or their age so that you can target your message to them appropriately. The next one is geography. Where are they physically out in the world? And the types of things that that can help you make decisions against for your marketing mix is where should your products and services show up in the world? You know, if you're a brick and mortar store, or maybe you're selling the soap and bath products, this can help you figure out where do you want to place your products? Do you want to do a pop-up in a local store because your target customers are driving by a local store very often? The next one is behavioral. So it's really grouping people around what they do. What's their frequency? What are their hobbies? What are their habits? And how price sensitive might they be? Using an example of oh gosh, where's another example? Of an online health coaching for behavioral, right? You could understand people's hobbies and say, I'm gonna already go after people who are maybe really healthy, and I'm gonna message to them to get them to the next level. Or I could go after people with pretty poor habits and think about how I make my message that resonates with them so that they might consider being more healthy. And the last one is a bit more psychographic. So psychographic is really around what are their thought processes, their attitudes, and their aspirations, which can be really, really powerful when you're developing your messaging that you want to use to convince a customer to come do something. And so really, there are a bunch of different segments and ways that you can group your customers, but grouping them is really important because it simplifies. And so once you've grouped them, then you just pick on which one you want to prioritize to narrow down your focus. And then from there, you can make different decisions on how you go out and reach them in the world. All right, I'm going to move on to the next slide, which leads us to our third strategy. So on to the third, I just gave you my advice for when you're in a marketing bind and you need to kind of make sense of some of the madness and really organize either your customer segment or your marketing approaches. Here's my advice as a consumer. And so I'm a consumer, I have a ton of choices. And like I said earlier, I live in Austin, Texas, which is known for the slogan of keep Austin weird. The origination of that slogan is really another way to say shop small. It's all about keeping the charm, the differentiation, and the general funkiness that comes with small businesses. So that's what I love about Austin. They're very pro small business and have a bit of a bias towards kind of larger companies because it makes our city unique. So I love it. But let's be honest, even in a town like mine that loves and supports uniqueness and small business, I am consistently inundated with choice, which is what leads me to my third strategy to share, that it is incredibly important to know the space that you occupy and be clear on how your business is different. And then +1, absolutely love that city. Austin's amazing. I see it in the chat. I love it. I'm not originally from here, but like, I'll leave it kicking and screaming. But again, strategy 3, going to the next slide, is really to know your market. And again, some of these things might sound so basic, but I really encourage you to write this stuff out because it'll provide clarity and help you really organize your thoughts to build a marketing plan. So to do this, what you need to do is write out and understand your competition to see how you match up. List your company and your competitors and all the things that might matter to your customers. Again, strategy 2 that we just talked about. So you want to list out direct, indirect, and substitute competitions. Or I'm sorry, not competitions, competitors. Directs are ones that kind of go toe to toe with you and do the same thing. I'm seeing in the chat, there's an event management company in the room. So who is the other? Your direct competitor would be another event management company. An indirect competitor is one that sells a similar product, but provides a different benefit. So for the example of the mental health coach that's in the room, an indirect competitor might be, the app Calm. It's not direct, but it offers a similar benefit as your product. So it's not like for like, but it still occupies the same space and solves a similar customer problem. And then a substitute is really unrelated, but it's a competitor that might just prevent somebody from using your product or services. So I'll give you an example of that that's not in the room, but say Netflix is really a substitute for a movie theater. While they might not be going head to head around movie theater to movie theater, you definitely might stay home and watch Netflix instead of going to the movie. And so that's how you think about kind of the 3 different sets and different flavors of competitors, because they all matter to think about. And then again, you already know what matters to your customer. We did that in strategy 2. Then you need to identify your strengths, your weaknesses, and opportunities. And as you hone your message, you really want to focus on where you're different. If you're out in the world talking about something that's common with all of your competitors, you're going to lose that special angle of convincing somebody to choose you over one of the direct, indirect, or substitute competitors. So I know I'm throwing a lot at you. I always like to take it to an example. So let's click to the next slide and go a little bit deeper on this one. I would love to introduce to you guys to my neighbors. They're the Friedens. They live across the street from me in Austin. And Joni, who you see in the top left, is the owner of a company called Daily Juice. And in the bottom right, you see her husband, Carrie, who helps Joni run the business day in and day out. Daily Juice is a local Austin beloved company, but they're up against a lot of competition in our market. And so they have a set of competitors. Juiceland is a direct competitor, which is another local one. Nectar is a national chain. So you have 2 direct competitors. Their indirect competitor is Starbucks. Don't go head to head in the juice front, but you can certainly pop in a Starbucks and get a refreshing drink. And then their substitute competitor is the grocery store. So instead of popping into Daily Juice to get a smoothie or a fresh green juice, you can maybe pick that up at the grocery store. So that's kind of their competitive set. But because they know their customers deeply and they know where what their customers want, they're looking at healthy beverages. I already told you about how Austin loves local. So local, that the juice tastes good, that it's convenient for them, and there's a variety of selection. So go ahead and go to the next slide, and you will see that we mapped this out for them. So we listed all of their competitors, direct and indirect, at the top. And then in the rows, you'll see all of the things that matter most to their target customer. And on a simple scale of 1 to 10, we didn't overthink it. We were just like, all right, how do we versus others rank? And so healthy and fresh and local are 2 areas where Daily Juice really differentiated. And so feel free to use this template after, but again, use this simple grid to help you hone and identify where you're different, where you're the same, and maybe where your weaknesses are. And then go ahead and go to the next slide, but we'll fast forward. And what you'll see is, again, their differences were that they're local and that they're healthy. And you can see in their marketing here, especially in the coupon code, that's exactly what they're using to highlight: local and healthy. And so while they could go day in and day out talking about convenience or taste good, and some of the other benefits that they do offer, they're really getting crisp and clear around where they're different. And again, making sure that it's showing up across their different marketing vehicles. All right, strategy 3, we're on to strategy 4. Are you ready, folks in the room? Checking in on you. It's hard to speak to Zoom. Thumbs up? All right, let's keep going. I love it. Okay, so talk to you about some advice as a corporate marketer and a consumer. Now I'm just gonna maybe commiserate with you all for a bit of a moment on the state of the world. I'm slightly embarrassed to share this stat, but did you know that humans now have a shorter attention span than a goldfish? Can you believe it? I cannot. And so, ouch, our attention span is so short. And so going on to the next slide, which leads me with that insight into strategy 4, messaging matters. Yeah, it does sting, right? But messaging matters because you really, based on the goldfish stat, you only have a few seconds to get your customers' attention. If you write a novel, they will miss it. As a corporate marketer, there's so many times where I obsess about words and words. And most of the time I'm like, wait, nobody's going to even get that far. Like we need to take a step back and simplify. And so messaging, generally speaking, is one of your most important parts of your marketing equation. If you are writing novels, you are not communicating as well as you could be with your customers. And so my best practices are simple, focus on benefits, and really one benefit is better than 3. I promise. Back to local and healthy for the Daily Juice example, they have 2. 2 is better than 3, but 1 would be even better. And so across the board, statistically, best practices are 1 benefit with multiple what we call reasons to believe. In common language, it's what do you want somebody to know? And what are the 3 to 4 reasons on why they should believe you? And so highly, highly recommend simplicity. And then use the rest of your space wisely. If you're really being really crisp on your message, you have more space to catch customers' attention. So some advice is don't just tell them, show them. People respond better to images than they do words. So get really crisp on your message and use imagery to help stand out and convey your message. And then don't just tell them, again, show them. Use claims and stats. Leverage your customers and build trust. So again, I like examples more than I like kind of the textbook insights that I'm sharing. So let's go to the next slide, where I'll show you how a local company in Austin called Realty Austin, local real estate company, is using claims and statistics in their messaging to help quantify the value and tell their story. And so they've got a lot of good nuggets in here, right? Our listings sell 6 days faster. Well, as a potential home seller, like that is compelling. Most people want to sell their home fast. And then they're showing just how trusted they are by saying that we sell over 10,000 homes a year. Well, that's a lot of homes. As a consumer, that might give me confidence that I can really trust these guys to sell my home. They're also showing expertise, right? Our agents on average have 10 years of experience. Do you guys see how that might be more compelling than just saying experts? So it really, really brings to life why somebody is an expert. And then we sell 7 times more homes per agent. Again, giving me a lot of confidence and a lot of stats on how to quantify just why I might choose this real estate company over another one. So claims, stats, numbers, super, super powerful. The next tool in messaging that's really powerful that's covered on the next slide, instead of the local brand, I picked a bigger one, but I don't know if you guys are like me. I love to cook. OXO, one of my favorite companies to get kitchen gadget from. And one of the reasons I buy from them is that they offer a guarantee. And that guarantee gives me trust and confidence that when I'm trying a new tool or a new gadget from them, if I'm not happy, I can send it back. It also gives me confidence that they put their money where their mouth is and they stand behind the products. So while not everyone can be a big company like OXO, satisfaction guarantees, especially with small businesses, can go a really long way in getting customers to buy your products or services. The next example that I'll show you is one from GoDaddy. So I tried not to bring in too many examples from my day job. But what you'll see here is testimonials and using your existing customers and advocates is way more powerful than the company itself talking or giving messaging. So said differently, like as a marketer, you're going to believe me maybe a lot less than you're going to believe one of the customers that has had a great experience. And so we use testimonials everywhere we possibly can to help tell our story and our message. And we really try to amplify our advocates. And so if you're not using testimonials or highlighting your real customers, it is such a powerful marketing tool for you to consider and leverage. All right, strategy 5, moving on. I know we're moving fast, but we got so much good stuff to cover. The next one is really about, we just talked about how important messaging was, but I also want to say it's not all about what you say. You have other tools in your really big marketing toolkit that are marketing levers you can pull to help tell your story and drive demand, which is what marketing is all about. Those tools are pricing, placement, promotion, and packaging. And in true Casey format, if you haven't figured out how this goes, instead of me telling you and describing them, let's just jump into some examples. So the first one is pricing. Really, when you think about pricing, obviously your costs matter, but a more powerful pricing tool is really to make sure that you're pricing your product where a customer values it. And you can use pricing as a lever to drive sales. So a couple of examples. The company that you see in the top right is a hairdresser. It's actually my hairdresser. And what she does to use pricing as a lever to drive demand and marketing is she gives a referral discount. So if I recommend her business to a friend or family, I get a tiny discount, and that customer that comes to her for the first time also gets a tiny discount. And I'll tell you, I've had a lot of minor hair discounts in my day. I think it's a pretty tiny one, so it probably is very lucrative for my hairdresser, Jenna, but it has driven a ton of new customers for her. So consider doing that. Another customer that I highlight at the bottom is called Fatbirds. Fatbirds is a restaurant, and they use the pricing lever of bundling to help sell more. And what bundling really is, you guys have done it at McDonald's, right? A number 2 is more expensive than just a hamburger. And so it's really easy when you bundle more or give more for a specific price, you're going to get your average order size up by getting customers to buy more things. So pricing, in addition to the obvious levers that I know you're already thinking about around sales and discounting, pricing can be an awesome lever for a small business to get out there and drive sales. All right, next one is all about placement and where you show up. And so back to some of the insights that you can learn about customers, you really want to know where they are. What are their habits? What are they consuming? One example that you'll see at the top right is a bakery. It's a local independent bakery in Austin called Easy Tiger. And what they started to do is they joined forces with the biggest grocery store in Austin to get their bread sold in the bakery. Now you might be like, great, Casey, lovely idea. How am I ever going to sell into a grocery store? Well, it's possible. H-E-B had their own bakery, but Easy Tiger has such a strong brand that they've built over time that now they're selling in H-E-B. And I'll tell you, I buy a lot more Easy Tiger than I did before, only because it's in the grocery store. And that's not because I don't want to support a small business. It's because practically I can't drive to the other side of town every week to buy a loaf of bread. And so this really helps me think about buying it more. The other big placement lever people are pulling right now, especially in the pandemic, is delivery. So bringing your product or service to customers. Now, for folks in the room that are offering a service, you might be like, great, these physical product examples are not super helpful, but let me give you a service example. A lot of times services, right, require customers to come to them. Increasingly, I've seen the trend where services are actually offering in-home appointments or coming to you that they've never had before. For example, I didn't know I could have a notary come to my house, but I had a notary service start making house calls which again is just a different placement lever. So even if you don't have a physical product, you can think about different areas where your customers are, where you might want to show up. You know, you could do a booth in a school. You could do a pop-up in a store. There are a variety of different things. So think about where your customers are and how you might go into partnership, maybe with another business or a different spot, to just give it a go. All right, the next one moving on is promotion. And there are so many different things that you can do to promote, but again, it's not all about what you say. You got to get in front of those customers too. And so I highlighted one of my other favorite small businesses. It's a local interior designer who doesn't have a physical store. It's a service, but she's new and she's trying to grow her following on Instagram. So what she decided to do was run a promotion on Instagram where you were entered in the contest if you tagged at least 3 friends to her Instagram account and you liked the photo. What that did is it really massively grew her Instagram following for a very, very small price. I think the giveaway was a few towels. And so if you think about new and different ways of promotion, those can be really powerful to grow your base and grow your audience. The last example I'll give you is packaging. And so packaging, right? Everyone sees it, it matters. You can use it to stand out and tell a message. For example, here you see Skittles. Skittles used a gray approach instead of their traditional, very colorful packaging, because they wanted to send a message that they stood with the members of Pride during Pride Month. And so that's another area where they leveraged packaging to connect with customers on a more emotive level. Because I'm seeing a lot of service area businesses, I'm going to give a service area business example too. And that is, packaging can also be about what you offer and how you present your services. So say, for example, you're a freelancer and you do things like website design and marketing services and a variety of different things. Instead of offering those a la carte, you can offer them together as a package, and that'll really help you tell a different story and make a customer really understand the overarching solution. So these principles, whether you're a physical product or a service, there are applications all across the board that you can use for it's not all about what you say. Okay, we're a little under 10 minutes. So we're going to keep on moving. And now we're going to go to more trends. So those are the strategies. These are more what I'd say trends or marketing musts. So foundations, and then these are like, hey, these are what consumers doing. These are more practical ideas that you can try. So real quick, raise your hand. How many of you have checked your cell phone during this presentation and/or blow up the chat? While I wish I kept your attention the whole time, I do not take it personally. I am guilty too. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So it's probably no surprise to you that cell phone usage is at an all-time high. On average, consumers are spending over 2.5 hours a day on their cell phone. I don't know if you're like me, a little bit of a goldfish moment, but like, ouch, it stings. I know, turn it on silent. That works too, but at a minimum, you're still checking it all the time. Like, nothing against you, nothing against me. It's human nature now. Cell phones have become so integrated with our day-to-day life. And so the top activities that people are doing on cell phones are really 2 things. One is they're checking email, and 2, they're browsing social media. Even text messages and phone calls, right, are like below that list. And so really cell phones are changing the way consumers learn about products, buy products, and engage in the world, which goes to the next slide around what does this mean for you as a small business and a potential kind of marketing actor in the world. One is, if you're not thinking about mobile when you're building your marketing or promotional plans, you're missing out on a huge opportunity. mobile must be on your mind when you're thinking about your messaging, your creative, your sales, and where you want to show up. You also, as you're developing creative, a common mistake that I've seen is that marketers aren't looking at their creative across multiple devices. I've definitely been on the receiving end of a small business who sent me an email that didn't work on my cell phone. And it's a simple thing to do. There are a lot of tools and technologies, but you really want to make sure you're looking at your marketing collateral across multiple devices, because they might totally miss it. If it's misformatted, they're immediately going to delete the email, most likely. The other thing is consumer connectedness is at an all-time high. Consumer expectations are also increasing. So how many people have ever heard of the concept of a Karen? Anyone? Yep. Okay. People are saying yep, right? Well, because consumer expectations are at an all-time high and everyone's connected, expectations are going through the roof. So another thing that you should keep in mind, or a tip, is all of the different channels that customers now have to communicate with you as a business. Karen, you're not the real Karen I'm talking about. Sending lots of love your way. I'm sorry that your name has been branded with something that I'm sure you're likely not. But anyway, back to the communication channels. Because people are so connected, you really have to think about that with your marketing and sales collateral. Say, for example, you're posting about a service or a pop-up and somebody messages you with questions. Right or wrong, they're expecting a quick answer. So you really need to think about what channels people are communicating in and how you can make sure you're getting back to them and giving a good experience. I got the 5-minute warning, so we're going to keep a roll in. The second thing that's trend number 2, that's very inextricably linked with mobile, but consumers are in apps. And so your business should be too. You want to show up where your prospective customers are. And so I know there are a lot of charts for you. I'll do my best to highlight some of the key takeaways, but 2/3 of smartphone time is all about social media. And social media is an awesome tool for marketers. It has some of the widest reach for US audiences. And 50% of people who use social media are using Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter every single day. 50% of social media users are using all 4 of those things daily, which if you're trying to get in front of them, this is a great tool. The other important thing to think about is each app actually has very, very different, slightly subtle demographic differences, usage patterns, and types of content and messages that work best for those channels. And so going way back to the top around knowing your customers, you actually can make decisions on which apps you want to put your energy into. We all know there's so many and there's new ones every day. If you're like me, I still haven't figured out the whole TikTok thing, but I'm vowing to get better at it. But anyway, if you're going after millennials, TikTok's probably the way to go. If you're going after Gen Y or Gen Z, they're more over-indexed to be on Instagram. And so one of the really important things, because there are so many marketing levers, is to get clear on where your customers are, focus your energy there. Once you get it nailed and you're like blown away with your results on one of the social media platforms, then expand to another, but don't spread yourself too thin. So pick the one that most align with your goals. And then really on the next slide, key takeaway is get found, be out there in the world. Oh, yeah. Have social media pages. Again, focus your efforts on the media platforms that most align with your target and your business goals. And then 90 million people will purchase at least one thing on social media. So be sure you're selling your products through social media and make sure the experience to get to a sale is really, really easy. Where customers have to click a bunch or have friction, you're going to lose some customers in the process. All right, number 3, I'm moving fast. Content is king. So we just talked about, right? Attention is a goldfish. Content works different places. basically what you need to know is that people tap, swipe, click on average 2,500 times a day. And your content is what's going to get them to either swipe, move on, or click. And so because customers have short attention spans, you need to be really mindful around your content. So here are some tips. Eye-catching content was ranked #2 for helping influence a purchase. So if you're only using static images, GIF it up. Use audio and motion in your content, like the image I'm showing you in the bottom right, to stand out. And recommend trying to post between 3 and 5 times a day, because customers are checking their apps at different times, and that'll help keep content fresh. Videos are awesome and viewed more than anything else, and you got to keep it fresh. You got to change it up to keep it fresh. People won't keep coming back from the same thing. So top right is a GoDaddy Studio product where you can use and get free content templates. All right, next one. Influencers influence. Their name is exactly what they describe. Influencers are an awesome tool for generating awareness and conversion, and 86% of marketers plan to use an influencer. Instagram is the most important and successful platform for influencers. And no, influencers don't have to be celebrities or just for big business. They're for small business too. Micro influencers, which is really those that have 10,000 followers or less, are really relatively inexpensive and are very, very beneficial. So key tip, consider teaming up with an influencer. They'll help broaden your reach and give you some really awesome content that you can use as part of the last example of content is king. And then last, but certainly not least, moving on, experiment. What works for your business or mine might not work for a different one. And so most big businesses are using experimentation to learn and figure out what really works. You're all unique with different goals. I highly encourage you to try a bunch of different stuff and really think about what works. The key method is make an observation, form a hypothesis, run it, and then figure out what happens and continue to change it up and try new things. There's no such thing as a bad idea. The only time we get bad ideas in marketing is if we don't look at the results to make sure that our next steps are aligned with what we just learned. So I'm going to go forward 2 more slides if I could, and just say, those are ideas, read them later, around how to form experiments. But next slide really is, you guys have this. Marketing doesn't have to be hard. Dream big, work smart, and follow the examples. Wish you all the luck. I hope you found at least one thing to help you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. That was fabulous. Thank you so much. We're going to open it up for some Q&A, but there is one comment question here that I just want to let everybody know that these slides will be available in the Whova app after. I see a lot of you taking photos here and in Phoenix of the slides, but they have been, all of our speakers today are so gracious to have, we'll be putting those up after today, so you can access them for the next 3 months, which is amazing. So thank you so much, Casey. You are absolutely brilliant. We appreciate you. So what we're going to do for this Q&A is we're actually going to start here in San Diego with the in-person. So if anyone here has a question that they have for Casey, just please raise your hand and I can call on you if that works first. Does anyone here have any questions for Casey? Yes, Robin. All right. So Robin, Casey would like to know, she said you spoke a little bit about market research. She was wondering if you have any recommendations on where the best places to kind of find that research.
Yes, absolutely. There are so many. Can I ask what type of business she has? I'll give broad examples, but I'd also love to get a little bit more specific. I find it to be more helpful.
She is an HR consultant.
Great. So there are a number of different things that I think might be really relevant. One is, again, where you can, if you're working with big business, I would go on LinkedIn and offer to buy a bunch of HR people in companies coffee if you could interview them. So I'd really find your target audience and kind of who you're trying to sell into or who you want to work with, and truly like buy them lunch, buy them coffee. It doesn't have to be expensive, and do a bunch of interviews. I typically find that once I've done 10 interviews, I start to hear the same thing, which is a really good signal that you're getting something that is representative across the audience. So one, go talk to them. Two, there are a number of different online resources that are really, really powerful. I would look at SBA, which is the Small Business Alliance, I think is what it stands for, but they generate a bunch of reports all of the time that are really free, or not really free, that are really helpful and free. And you can read into them. They give a lot of different, like, you know, the state of HR, the state of real estate, the state of whatever it is, but really go look at SBA and a number of different, thank you, Small Business Administration. I knew I was missing a word. A number of different kind of .org or public services. I know GoDaddy has a website called Venture Forward that has a lot of free information as well that's meant to help different levels of small business, but it's out there. You just have to do a little bit of searching for it. And then last but certainly not least, SurveyMonkey and tools like that can help you buy audiences where you're willing to spend that meet who you're looking for if you're looking for a survey. So there are big platforms that are pretty affordable where you can go actually buy some audiences and some insights.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go just walk over here. My microphone won't last. All right. So we have a question that actually digs a little bit into your day-to-day responsibilities. We know that you work for GoDaddy and in the marketing realm, but can you talk a little bit about your day-to-day and what that looks like in your role?
Oh boy, it's a wild ride. No, of course. Every day is different, to be honest. Every day is different, and it really depends on what we've got going on. At the highest level, I spend my day helping lead a team who is helping to try to figure out what are the problems out in the world that entrepreneurs need help with that are worth solving, where GoDaddy is uniquely positioned to help. We will do a lot of competitive research. We do a lot of talking to customers. We do a lot of ideating and testing. So day in and day out, I basically work with my team, customers, the technology team and the other marketing teams to say, what are we going to build? What is the problem? What are we going to build? And then how are we going to get it in the hands of customers that we've identified have this problem? And so, yeah, day in and day out, rooted in like customer problems and how we solve them, whether it's, again, building a new tool, marketing, education, whatever it might be. But a lot of fun, wild ride, lots of data, and no day looks the same.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions here in San Diego? Yes. Okay, so that's a great question. Thank you. So what are some tangible ways that you can start branding yourself if you already are aware of your target audience?
Yeah. I would ask, do you have a name? Do you have a logo? Like where are you at? Because those are the obvious ones. But if you've already got those, I can go a little deeper.
You have a name and a logo. What's your? Okay. I wish we had a wireless mic here. It's okay. This is a learning experience. We know for next time. So she works within the financial literacy space, and she wants to know how she can reach out and become more trusted as an individual within that space.
Great.
And
Great.
differentiate herself from her competition.
That's awesome. Okay. So something that you said that's so important, right? Like you can look at the slides on all of the recommendations on brand. It's all got really important stuff, but something you said in there is so important around trust. And building trust with customers is so important, and it's so hard. And so something that I'd encourage you to do, or some tactics that I've seen work, is one, with your brand personality, you want to show up as a trusted source, which can influence your visual identity. But I would actually think about it a bit more on how you can, what levers, both in messaging and visuals, you can couple with your brand or your name to be more trusted. One example that I've seen is if there is any sort of industry program or certification or thing that could help you be more trusted, like I would use that in almost every marketing touch point that you have with a customer. Right now, if you're, primarily just even one-on-one emails, in your signature, you can have, gosh, I hope I'm allowed to say this, BBB accredited, or, satisfaction guaranteed, or serves over 100 customers, or even a customer testimonial. But things like that can help make sure that you're building trust and credibility in that space. I hope that helped, but I would use stats, accreditations. If you've done any sort of education or certification, I would put that kind of in your signature and use that as you communicate.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Rosie, I'm just going to pass it off to you in Arizona, see if you have any in-person questions over there, and then we can sail into our break here.
Thank you, Sam. Do we have any questions in here?
How do you find, is there like a specific website where I could find influencers? And if so, how do you know how much to pay them?
Yes. Great question. There are a number of third-party websites that can help you find influencers. They will typically charge you. And so two ways that I did it, or I have done it, and or did it kind of as part of my research to make sure I was giving you all sound advice. One is if you Google search it, you could Google search influencers in X city, and you'll typically get a list of them ranked. Once you get the names and you kind of check out their Instagram on their own, you can decide whether it's a good fit and just send them a private message, and they'll typically either, send you information or send you to the person that manages it for them. Another great free way to do it is also just by looking at hashtags. So if you search hashtags, you'll typically eventually come across an influencer or someone with a wide following that's using those hashtags to build their brand. If you go through one of the third parties, you'll probably save some time, but you'll also pay some money. And so it just kind of depends on budget and how much time you're able and or willing to spend. On the how much should you spend, it definitely depends on followers. There is some external research that I found published that kind of gives some ranges. And so I believe, it totally depends on what you want. One post though could be anywhere from $100 to $500. But again, the micro ones are the ones that are typically going to work a little bit more for you. And so if you can find one that's a really great fit, it could be a really great bang for your buck. I would just encourage you to do research. Don't take the ranges that I found online as what the going rate is. I think it'll probably depend by industry, followers, and kind of area of where you live. Hope that helps.
Do we have any other questions? Do we have some in the chat maybe?
Yeah, any in the chat or anyone I missed?
We have one over here in Phoenix.
So I just started a podcast. I was just wondering, like, what other ways can I promote besides just like posting on social media like 5 times a day? Like, what are like some unique ways I can post? Because I do it, but like, certain people are not on TikTok or on Instagram all the time, like throughout the day. And it's like, how like else can I just get myself out there besides social media? The pop-up shop, thank you for that idea. I'm definitely gonna take it, see if I can get out there. But yeah, thank you.
No, happy to. One of the things that, gosh, not one of the things, so many. One, even if you're posting on social, you might consider boosting or running a social media ad if you're not using social for the paid levers. What that allows you to do is be a little less beholden to people's schedules because you've essentially kind of paid for eyeballs. You can boost an Instagram post as cheaply as $5. Now, you're not going to get crazy results with $5, but I say that only to say like it can be very economically light or easy for you to go ahead and be able to do that. So Instagram boosting is one. And then Instagram and Facebook both have advertisements that you can run, and you can say like, hey, I'm looking for new customers who, here's what I know about them. Here's who I'm targeting. And Facebook knows a lot about us. So those are two really good levers if you're not already using those in social media. Email marketing is another big one. You can buy email lists, or for every single customer that you've ever had, you should make sure that you're collecting their email address and that you've gotten the permission to contact them. But you should be using email marketing as another tool to consider reaching out for them. Depending on your business, you can make content or blog posts, and that helps you get easily found in the world of Google, which will bring more eyeballs to your website or your idea or maybe your social media. You can do event marketing. So if pop-up resonated with you, there's always a ton of events, farmers markets, whatever it might look like for you, where you can get out into the community. And then another one you might consider is kind of word of mouth, right? How do you take your existing customers and make sure that they're out in the world advocating, talking, and that you're using their voice as a way to reach new customers? Hope that helps. And then I'm seeing a question in the chat. Do you recommend hiring a marketing agency or hiring in-house for digital marketing, social, PPC, SEO, all things marketing? Depends on your goals, and depends on how much, what do you want to do? How much expertise do you have, and how much time are you willing to invest? You definitely do not need those things to be successful. But sometimes businesses are at a point of scale where they have the budget and the growth goals where they're willing to really amplify their marketing arsenal. And so it just really, really depends on goals and budget. If you're not skilled in something and you have the ability to learn, great. There are a lot of tools that do some of those things built in. Like, for example, a lot of the website builders, again, I'm not marketing GoDaddy, but our website builder has SEO best practices built in. And so, that's one thing you might not need to buy out for if you're comfortable with what's coming kind of out of the box, so to speak, with some of the world-class website builders, both GoDaddy's and others.
Thank you. Well, I think that's the end of, oh, I'm sorry. We have one more question.
Hi, I just wanted to kind of make a comment. Creating a Facebook group has been very powerful for the team that I am on. We have a ton of testimonials, results, reviews, and it's very impactful. So when we're sharing the information, we also ask our prospects if it's okay for us to add them to the group. And there's just a ton of just phenomenal information in there. And it makes it so much easier for us to close the sale, really give them a lot of information. And I know the group that we have right now for our credit restoration, credit building services, we have over 5,000 members, and it's just continuously growing.
That's awesome. Yeah, you're highlighting something so important. If you can make a community, generate a group, do it and foster it. Because they can be, that has exponential power to really grow your impact, grow your engagement, and grow your ability to talk to customers. And it's always awesome when customers can talk to each other, right? Like sometimes you get in situations where you don't even have to market for yourself. A group like that is kind of an always on marketing engagement channel for you. And because people are engaging in it, when you have a sale or when you have something that you want to communicate, whatever it might be, you've got really captive audience sitting there ready for you. So thank you for that call out. It was awesome.
Yes, thank you for sharing. And thank you, Casey. for your presentation. I know this information is going to be super useful. And as a reminder, you'll have access to the slides in the Whova app. So even if you're here in person today, you can access it once you get home. But thank you again, Casey, and thank you to our partners at GoDaddy.
Thank you all so very much. It was a joy. I wish we could be in person because Zoom's a little weird, but it was a delight to be here today. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And then right now we are going to take a break. So you have some time to go to the restroom, grab some water, and we should be back for our next session at 11:15. So thank you. If everyone could find their way back to their seats, we're going to get started shortly. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Just so you know, we will have some more time to network later on throughout the day. So thank you for making it back on time. So next up is our Women's Business Center presentation. So Women's Business Centers are community entities devoted to providing resources, tools, and educational programming and opportunities to women entrepreneurs in the community. Laura Suarez is a program director for Chicanos por la Causa Préstamos Women's Business Center. Laura brings 12 years of experience in the nonprofit sector with 4 years in the economic development field, working with organizations like Rail CDC, NEDCO, and AWEEC. Women's Business Center. Her work has focused on leading the organizations with an equitable economic development lens and support the most marginalized communities. So welcome, Laura, and thank you for coming here today.
Welcome. Thank you so much, BBB, for having me here. This is my first time at the it's called Women's, oh my gosh, Entrepreneur Summit. That's great. I should do my research. I am so excited to be part of this summit and to, as a new women's business center here in the Valley, to be part of this and to let you know about this wonderful resource that we have. Again, my name is Laura. I am the program director for the Women's Business Center, where we are called Préstamos, CDFI Women's Business Center. We're part of a larger organization of Chicanos por la Causa. If anybody has heard of our awesome organization, we've been around since, I believe, 1959. And so again, we're really proud. If we can go to the next slide, please. Also, super kudos. I always love seeing Kristen Slice here. And so she's been a wonderful person who has taught me so much about the entrepreneurship world and women entrepreneurship here in the Valley. Oh, can we go to the next slide? And I'll share my information again. So who are we again? So Préstamos CDFI is a community development financial institution. We provide funding when traditional funding is not an option. Most of the time when big banks, if you go to a big bank like Wells Fargo, Chase, Bank of America, I'm naming the big ones, and you go and you seek funding, for the most part, they require a lot of paperwork. And for the most part, and I don't want to say that they'll always do this, but they do require you to at least be in business for at least 3 years. And so when traditional lending is not an option, the Préstamos CDFI is able to provide funding. So we provide funding for startups and anything, of course. I mean, you don't have to be in business for 3 years to do work with us. And so we can provide more of that information. I'll dive into it a little bit more in my presentation. The Women's Business Center, again, is hosted by Chicanos por la Causa and Préstamos. So we have this big organization, then we have a division of that, and then it's us. We are a center where we provide access to capital, training, counseling, at no cost. And so anything from, again, technical assistance, and I'm gonna go into it a little bit more, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're also funded through the Small Business Administration. So we are one of a few resource partners here in the Valley. So if you've heard of SCORE, you've heard of the Small Business Development Center, we are one of those pillars. Next slide, please. I'm excited and nervous all at the same time. I talk really fast when I get excited. So what do we do here at the Women's Business Center? We assist, we create, and we expand. We assist women business owners through education, technical assistance, and access to capital. We create an inclusive and diverse business center. We are not a co-working space, but I would love to think of us as one. If you ever need a space to have a meeting and maybe a coffee shop is not an option, we're here for that. We also create financial and networking opportunities. Who better than us to, go out there and promote our own businesses? We expand current businesses and startup ventures, and we also expand employment, capital growth, government procurement opportunities, and certifications for women contracting. So women business enterprise, minority business enterprise. If you're looking for a certification, we are your go-to people for that. Next slide, please. So who can utilize our services? We are the Women's Business Center. Our focus is women, but we do serve everybody. So men are also welcome. And I don't know if there's men in the room right now. Thanks, Jose. So anyone that's thinking about, again, starting their business, expanding their business, or just needs help, maybe we're stuck in a specific part of our business, we're here to help you with that. Next slide, please. So again, who utilizes them? Pre-venture. So if you're just barely in the idea phase and you really don't know what kind of where to go, how to move forward, we're here for that. Of course, startups. And for startups, for me, it's like you're right at the cusp or like at that peak to get there and start your business, or you've been in business for, I don't know, six months to a year. You can come to our center. And then again, established businesses. So businesses that have been in the industry for a couple of years and again are stuck or just need a new direction. I just heard Kim and that table saying that they've rebranded a few times. And so like having those conversations with experts, we're here for that. Next slide, please. So how do we do it? We understand that having a small business is a huge journey. It is so much work. It's a lot of tears. I used to work for my dad and he has actually a granite business. And I remember being 22 years old and not know what to do. I cried. I would sit there and be like, this isn't even my business. I don't even know what I'm doing. But I helped my dad a lot being young, 22-year-old, young woman. I know it is a huge stress. And we also understand that no two businesses are alike. And we really want to take that custom approach to help you with your business. So you can be part of maybe one of our cohorts, but after that, what does that look like? Again, we want to do it custom tailored for your specific needs. We want to guide you or let you guide us on how we can help you. Next slide, please. And just to give you an overview of our services, by being part of our Women's Business Center, you will receive access to, again, individualized coaching, different types of workshops. Because our host organization, Prestamos, is so massive, we have so many different individualized workshops, QuickBooks type of workshops, branding, marketing, the basics, and then, of course, financial type workshops. We also part of our networking and technical assistance, which is a huge component of what we do, and also different types of resources. So we connect and we work with, example, like the Better Business Bureau to help with, whatever we know, we want to share it. Next slide, please. So I really wanted to have a slide to tell you a little bit about our funding. I'm no expert in our funding field, but I did want to give you an information. We do small business lending. So if you're in need of anything from $1,000 all the way to $100,000, we have different types of products. Some of the initial documents that you're going to need, again, these are just basic information. If you want more information or you want to sit down with me and have that conversation, I can always invite somebody from the loan side to sit with us and have that kind of conversation. We'll need your personal and business tax returns. You have to be in good standing. We need identification of both owners and spouses if applicable, and then the description of the use of funds. And so again, we have different loan products, and I think I'm going to review one that is really popular with us right now because we just received funding. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yes. Okay, so currently we're offering a loan product at 1% interest rate, which is pretty unheard of. So due to the pandemic, Maricopa County received funds, and we were able to be one of those lenders to receive these funds that we can now, we call them growth loans, and we're actually able to give them to U.S. small business owners. So this specific product it's from $5,000 all the way to $100,000 at 1% interest rate. And I give a little bit of information for this growth loan. The beautiful thing about this too, it's also paired with technical assistance or like that counseling, coaching, of holding hands assistance. And so if you've never actually applied for a loan and you have no idea what you're doing, we help you with that. We offer two pillars. You're going for the loan, or you don't need a loan and you just need the assistance. It's also paired with that assistance without the loan piece. You would just let us know. It's a 5-year term. It has no origination fees. And again, you get paired with that one-on-one counseling, business coaching, advising. And then again, the eligibility requirements, you have to be registered business here in this in the county of Maricopa, and you have to employ fewer than 50 full-time employees, and you have to generate less than $5 million per year in order to qualify for this specific loan, which is something I always like talking about because you don't hear about 1% loans. So if anybody is in need of that or wants more information, don't forget to get my information and we can sit down and have that conversation. Next slide, please. So I went through my presentation really fast. So that means that I will be way more open for questions and answers. Next steps, connect with me. And I say our intake form, that's for another presentation that I give, but connect with me, schedule a 30-minute call with me. I'd love to see how we can help. Again, we're an not infinite, we have limits, but we are here to help you. The best part again about our program is that we are at no cost. We are here for you. When we speak on technical assistance, we're really helping you, holding your hand through a lot of processes. So let's say that you need a logo designed and you don't have the funds right now. We help you build one and design one. You need a branding conversation. We have a branding guru who'll sit there and, whatever hours it needs to take to create your branding. We have a ton of counselors and advisors that help with strategic planning, business planning creation. What does that look like? Hey, I started this business plan 2 years ago and I haven't seen it since. Like, how can I use it? We help you through those things. You need a website built. Shouldn't advertise it too much because we're behind a little bit, but we can help you with that as long as you're patient with us. We can help you create your website. We can help you establish your financials. We can help you look at them and make them better. At this point, I think we have over 20 business advisors that are full-time that can help you through that process. And I know, again, this is for another presentation I was doing. Attend one of our classes. We have a lot of cohort style learning classes that we offer. Right now, we've partnered with the Thunderbird School of Global Management to provide the Dream Builder Academy. And so that's a business planning class that we make it into a 6-week cohort. I like it a lot. And so I know it's cartoon style. So if anybody has already taken it, it just really helps you establish yourself. And I see somebody saying, yes. Yeah. And so we're able to offer those classes, financial literacy classes. I'm a big believer in cohort learning. I think we can take from each other and we can teach each other things. Also something that's really awesome. We're doing it hybrid now, which it's new to me, right? So a lot of the times, we were all seeing each other in person like today, and then we went to, virtual, and it's been amazing and it's been easy. So now I want to combine it because it's beautiful to see each other in computers. It's so much more beautiful to see each other in person and hug people. So please go to our website. I think it's in my next slide, please. Yes, so that's our website. If you wanted to jot it down, all of our events are on there. If you need to request, that's a great, you know what? I'm going to put that on our website. You cannot request an appointment, but you can apply now. That email goes to me and then we can connect together, have again, a one-on-one. We could do it virtual. We could do it in person. Our center is located off of 10th Street and Buckeye Road. So we're about 10 minutes away from the Better Business Bureau down south. Come to our center. We're always there. Again, if you need a space you want to get away from loud music, or I always say that because I go to Starbucks a lot, but whatever you need, our space is there for women. So anything you need for your small business, again, know that we're a free, we're at a resource at no cost. So yeah, at this point, I'll leave it for questions and answers. Oh my gosh, yeah. So if you want to take, I don't remember if I put if you can take me back to my bio, please. I left my phone there, which I probably should have put it. So our number is 602-767-1581. That's our main line. And that's my email address if it's better connecting via email. But yes, again, so we're a federally funded program. We're here to serve women in part through the Small Business Administration and Chicanos por la Causa Prestamos. And again, if you're looking for funding and a loan is something that you're thinking about or considering, please connect with me. I'd love to have that conversation. Yeah, you can. Yeah, maybe I don't know what but we can do it. Yeah, I would love that. Yes, ma'am. The loan is the only piece that you have to be part of the Maricopa County. No, we're statewide. And we work with the Women's Business Center down in Tucson, Arizona, which there's 2 women's business centers here in the state of Arizona. But no, we work with everyone. Yeah, in the state of Arizona. Yeah, but the loan piece, Prestamos, is actually part of a larger network. And so we work out of California, Nevada, New Mexico, Texas, and Arizona. Yeah. Oh, yes. Sorry. So the question was if we're available just in Maricopa County, but no, the Women's Business Center Prestamos is part of the whole state of Arizona. And then the loan piece actually goes out again, Nevada, New Mexico, Texas, California, and of course us, Arizona. Yes, ma'am. Yay.
Maricopa Small Business, do you have to show that you had any effects because of COVID, or is that
No. So the question was for the Maricopa County Resiliency Loan, do you have to show any, what did you say, Kristen? COVID impact. Yeah, but no, you do not. No, this is a growth loan. And so we can walk through that application process too. Yes, ma'am. So the question is, so let me make sure I get this right. So is the loan different from the Prestamos side to the Women's Business Center? No, everything is connected to Prestamos. Yeah, Prestamos. I always forget to say that. They took off the accent on the E, so we're Prestamos, not Prestamos. Yeah, I don't know, but yes. So no, it's not. And we can talk about what that looks like. Well, again, the one that I love the most is that 1% loan. It's pretty simple. And I say that's it's simple. Like the process is way different than our other products. But we do have other products. So for example, if you're a social enterprise or you're thinking about becoming a social enterprise, we have a program where there's loans available for access to capital at 3%. So again, there's different programs that we have. I'm only talking about one among the 6 that we offer through Prestamos. Yes, ma'am. Oh no, every single business. Yeah. So the question was, do we help fund brick and mortars or online businesses? But no, we're all across the board. Any person that's thinking about starting a business or has a business that needs funding or needs access to any type of resource, we can help. Yeah.
Any other questions in here before we move on to the ones in the chat? Okay, perfect. So we do have a couple of questions in the chat. One of them is from Yasmin. She says, can we use the space if we live in Yuma County?
Yes, you can, but you have to come down here. But yes, of course, if you need it and you need to, I'm going to say rent, quote unquote, you just need to reserve the space. At this point, we're not charging for the use of it. So we just have to put it in our calendar.
Thank you. Our next question is, can you give an example of what type of technical assistance you provide?
So I had made a couple of I had given a couple of examples, and I used the really famous ones or the ones that I always come to mind. So logo creation, you actually get to sit with the graphic designer and actually create your logo. You go through a couple, creating a logo it could be time, how do you say, consume, yeah, but you sit with them and until you come out with exactly what you want, we sit with you and create that for you. If you're thinking about, again, creating maybe your branding, or you kind of have an idea but you're not sure what colors or what do you really want to say with your branding, we'll sit with you and we have a branding person that sits and goes through those exercises with you. And then the graphic designer and the branding person get together and then they create this beautiful like 10-page, 16-page branding guide for you. And so that you'll always know that this is what you'll follow. If you're thinking about creating your website, but you don't have the funds to pay someone for it at the moment, we help you with that as well. And then, we then give you to the experts, and then the experts take over. But at least in the beginning, while you're getting started, we help you with that. So those are like the most famous examples. And if, for example, you're in need of creating you don't know what kind of online accounting software to use, then we can help you with that too. So we can help you set up QuickBooks, or maybe you want to start using Wave app, I believe is a free tool. And so we help you and guide you through those things.
Thank you. And then one other question says, is the funding for pre-revenue startups?
We do, yes. And so for the most part, with those with like the pre-ventures, or the ones that are just barely getting off and starting, we do offer loans for that. And so we'll need a business plan, projections. And so we actually help you and we guide you through that process if you've not done one yet. I do a lot of projections with the women, and it's been a lot of fun to like see what what they can potentially be making in 1 to 2 years.
Thank you. And then it says, I am interested in the QuickBooks trainings. Are these trainings free? And if so, do you have to go in person, or can they attend virtually?
I don't have it in front of me, but we are doing a QuickBooks training this coming week. And so if you want to leave your information on the chat and I can get that from you, we are doing a free QuickBooks training next week. I believe it's a 2-part series with a local CPA here in the Valley that wanted to share her time and space. And so I can give you that information. And she's also doing a lot of other free events for women that are thinking about joining the QuickBooks, that platform and using it as their accounting tool. And I can give you that. Again, I just don't have it with me right now, but I can get that really quickly.
Thank you. And we can also put it on the Whova app later too, when we have a chance. So one other question, it says, what kind of businesses have you worked with at the Women's Business Center?
I'm a little hungry right now, so I'm going to say food. We work with a lot of We work with a lot of food businesses. So we have a lot of food trucks, and I get so excited because they're popping up everywhere. So we work with food trucks. We work with manufacturing companies, construction companies. What is another really famous one right now? We do a lot of I'm working currently with a virtual secretary business. So she's an online business, and we're helping her kind of get established so that we can seek some funding for her. So really I'm going to say that all walks of life in the business world we work with. Oh, trucks. Yeah, trucks. A lot of them seeking funding for to get their first truck so that they can start transportation. Yeah, so.
Awesome. Thank you. Are there any other questions in here in the room or in the chat?
We do. So part of the social enterprise program is working with nonprofits, and that's a whole entity in itself. And it's really awesome, all the things that they can do. So yeah, we can work with nonprofits. Yeah. So the question is, if you're a startup and you have your portfolio, can you bring it? Yes, you can. And we can take it from there. Or if you like, I don't know, I think of not coaching, or I'll say coaching, advising, whatever you need, come to us and say like, these are the first 3 things I need. So yeah, bring it over. We can review it, whatever you need in that realm. Also, one thing I didn't mention, which I think is also really popular, is like creating employee handbooks or HR. Like, how do I go about that? I'm going to have a first employee. What does that look like? So we help with those things as well.
Yeah, we can add them. Okay, so do you help businesses form?
We do help businesses form. Yes, that's one that I didn't even think about. Yes, we do. So we help you, we guide you. We do so much. Sometimes I don't remember until I get asked. We work with different lawyers in the community that help us, business lawyers in the community that can help us. And so some of them provide, at no like an hour of their time for you, or they'll do 30 minutes, or we'll have office hours where you get to come in and hang out with them and help you through that. Because I know also the legal process is like, it's complicated. And so they know best. We do like a legal series where once a month, one of our lawyers will come in and talk about different topics. And then if you need further help, again, they'll provide that at no cost to you. Not all of it at no cost, at least like an hour at no cost.
Thank you. So another question is, what are some mistakes you see startups make the most often?
That's a great question. For us at least, it's at not having a foundation. So a lot of them will come in a couple years in and they need, oh, okay, this is a great one. When people come in and say, I need a loan yesterday, it's really, really difficult because the loan process is so long and a lot of us don't understand it. And so it's hard to like see a small business owner come to you almost in tears because their business is going to close and needing a loan, and we cannot help. And so it's not having that foundation formed so that they can understand. So a lot of them don't understand their financials. I remember once there was a lady, this is years ago when I was working at the very first Women's Business Center at that time, and she didn't understand why she was not making any money. And she was this lady that was selling these really awesome Mexican cookies to a local grocery store here in the Valley. And we ended up finding out that she hadn't included her time in the billing. So she was giving away her, her cookies basically for free. And so we were able to help her. And so yeah, having those foundations, that understanding your numbers, like how much do you cost, right? And so us figuring those things out, because it's the most heartbreaking thing to sit there and say, we have to wait at least 2 months in order to even, to get through that loan process. So for me, that's one of the biggest, at least the one I get the most.
Thank you. And then are you able to connect me with other business owners who are vendors?
Yes, we can. We're actually, so one thing I will say, we're also a startup. So we were funded officially in March of last year. And so with everything that we're seeing, we're starting to also create cool things. And so one of them is a vendor list. And so if you're interested in being part of our vendor list so that we have a directory so we can connect people with people, we would love that. And again, that's on the startup phase too. We're barely figuring that out, but yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you. And if I were to come to your space to use, do you have equipment that I can use, such as laptop, webcams, all of that?
We do. I'm super excited. Yesterday, we got this thing called the Owl, and it's like this really cool conferencing tool. And so we have that. We have laptops. We also have these really cool talk boxes where you can go in there and have private meetings, and like you shut the door and nobody can hear you, and we can't hear you and you can't hear us. And so you can use those as well. We're open Monday through Thursday, 9 to 6 because the hours vary, but by 1 hour only. So we're always available, and on Fridays by appointment, and we can be there for you for anything that they need.
Thank you. Do you do certification for women who want to sell to the government, or do you have connections to?
Yeah, we work with a really awesome organization called NABETSI, and that's and I really wish I could remember the acronym right now, but they do certifications, and we partner with her name is Karen, and she's this amazing whiz at certifications. And so she does workshops, and then she also meets with you one-on-one and starts you on that process for certifications. And you could do it at any phase. If you're a startup and you're like, I want to do it now, we can get you started now, or wherever you are in the process.
So we do have another question from the chat. It says, I want to get into imports from South America. Is there anyone that can help / coach me of when and where?
So for importing and exporting, we work with different organizations. I recently connected with the Small Business Development Center out in Yuma, and they gave me 2 amazing contacts that I can get you connected with. And again, please remind me because I'll forget. But yeah, we can work with that. And again, our resource partner SCORE and the SBDC have been really awesome to us too. So we can get you that help. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions?
Myself, no, but I mean, that's why we're growing. We make mistakes. So we just want to be able to be like that other resource to all of our community partners here in the Valley. But if I don't know, I always tell people, if I don't know something, I'm going to ask. So that's why sometimes I email Kristen to help me, because and my boss always says, like, the world, like, it is an endless possibility of things. So how can we get better? So no, I can't sing. Yeah, that I can.
Yes, we're always learning. So what would be some good networking events for us to plug into?
Ooh, that's a great question. Off the top of my head right now, I don't have one. So there's this program I'm starting and I hadn't done it yet, but it's called Cafecito Talks, and it's just a normal 10 a.m. have coffee with us and learn from other business owners who have done the same thing. We're launching that next month, and so if you wanted to come to that, I would love it if it was in person, just because again that human touch and feel to it. But we will be providing it hybrid, so that's at 10 a.m. on the third Thursday of the month. That's what I'm doing, so I can remember it. And so that would be a good opportunity for us to connect and again hear from people who have experienced the same things, have maybe gone and done something different in their journey, and they're just teaching us now about and anything that comes to small business owning. And I can give you the permission.
Yes, we can always share that information out again. I'll say it again. We will have access to the Whova app for 3 months. So you'll find all of these resources in there as well. So I do have another question that says, I have a food business. Are you able to help me with county requirements?
Yeah, we can. Yes, we can. We have different advisors that help with those processes. And one of the things that we do a lot too is that, and not like literally hand holding, but we do help with that piece, like we can help you fill out the application. We can help you look for it or help you pay for it, and not pay for it, like we help you give you funding, but like we take you through that process. And so we really can help in an array of things. I know a lot of women, when we're helping them at least get themselves established, they're like, can you just be there to hang out with me while I do it? And I'm like, yeah, come over. And then we sit there and we go through it. But yeah, we can.
Awesome. No, I'm still here. So are there grants and job resources available with you?
For grants, we have an advisor. She's phenomenal with seeking grants for small business owners. So we can get you connected to those. And then yes, I guess if you can help me understand the question about job resources, what exactly are you looking for?
I think they're referring to like job listings if you guys have something.
Yeah.
like that.
So because through Chicanos por la Causa, we have, we're this massive organization, and we do have a workforce development area. And so I don't know if you're looking for employees or if you're looking for work. I mean, we can do it on both ends because we're constantly connecting people to people who need employees, especially in these times that it seems like it's been really difficult to find employees. So yeah, we do.
Awesome. And then what is one thing I should leave here and do for my business today?
I'm so going to do my plug. Connect with me. Yes, please connect with me. And again, we'd love to hear a little bit more about your story and how we can help you further.
I think that was all of our questions. So thank you so much, Laura, for coming and being here in person with us. So yeah, so thank you to the Women's Business Center. Take advantage of all the resources that they're providing. Make sure to connect with Laura. We're actually really excited to, continue to partner with them. They recently won one of our subgrants that we call our Empowered by GoDaddy nonprofit subgrants. So we're so excited to continue to partner with them. And so hopefully you guys are taking advantage of their resources as well as ours. But again, thank you. And so we are ending a little bit early. We don't have a session right after this. We have lunch. So I hope you guys are excited for that. I know I am. So yes, you will enjoy a complimentary lunch provided by Duck and Decanter. So if you haven't had their sandwiches, they are amazing. If you do have some noted allergies, we'll invite you first, and then afterwards we'll invite everyone else. In the meantime, while we wait, the food is still being set up. So feel free to network, connect, and if you want to check out our co-working space next door while the food is being set up, you're more than welcome to do that as well. If you want to check out some of the rest of our business and community center, we have staff available that can show you around. So we should be back here after lunch. Let me give you a time. Let me find a time. You can eat your lunch in here, or there may be some.
So we're gonna talk about the problem and the solution. So the problem being that financial gap that I was mentioning earlier, and with women-owned businesses specifically, there is a pay discrepancy, and so with that income loss that you see, you are at a risk of being denied for loans because you don't make the same amount. Unfortunately, there are other aspects as well, like if you're raising a family, you get that disproportionate impact that Kiva is setting out to kind of undo. And we obviously cannot do it alone, but it's part of a solution for financial equity. Moving on to the next slide. So as I mentioned, the problem is this financial inequity, and then Kiva will be is part of the solution, not the only solution. You can go ahead. So as I mentioned, everyone in here has either one dream, one project that they're working on, knows someone that is working on a project or a dream, but the access to be able to accomplish that is not necessarily always equal. And so we here at BBB, with all our partners, envision a world in which financial inclusion and equity is at the forefront of everyone's capacity and improve their lives. We can go on to the next slide. So when we look at the problem of that missing the micro businesses, micro loans, micro enterprises, traditional lenders prefer to make large loans and require borrowers to have established credit. You have to put down some sort of collateral or down payment, or something to prevent credit risk. And then you have to have audited business financials. And as Laura mentioned earlier, a lot of banks will require you to have 3 years in business before you can even qualify for some products. I mean, if you make it 3 years without having any sort of like income, like you're doing something awesome. So for a lot of these individuals, it's expensive. So for these lenders to offer smaller microloans, they have to put a lot of time and effort in order to facilitate that. And when it comes to commission-based lending, that time discrepancy just doesn't make sense for a lot of bankers. And so either it's baked into the system of how they get paid, or the segmentation of what they consider a small business being, $1 to $10 million, puts a lot of smaller businesses that are not making that at a disadvantage. And so there are also other options, credit cards, which we all know can be very dangerous, online lenders and payday lenders, which can have interest rates up to 700%. And so, if you get put in that debt trap, it becomes very, very difficult to get yourself out of. And so our goal is to advocate for equitable products so that people don't ever get put into these debt traps. We can go on to the next slide. So Kiva provides that missing micro, as I mentioned. It's a product that is for small businesses that need to rebuild their borrowing potential or build a borrowing potential. Kiva doesn't require high credit scores, collateral, audited business financials. We offer loans ranging in size from $1,000 to $15,000, 0% interest, with loan terms from 12 to 36 months. And so again, it's not like a gotcha moment. It really is supported by organizations that strive to make that a reality for business owners. So it does require a little bit of work, but the crowdfunded aspect is worth it if this is your only option. We can go on to the next one. So our goal here is to be that first entry point for a lot of business owners, or to be the net that catches you on your downward spiral. Unfortunately, with COVID, a lot of folks, again, met economic hardships. And so Kiva US, our average loan size is about $7,000. You can see some of the larger lenders. DreamSpring has an average of $12,000, Accion $15,000. And so any organization that has loan sizes up into the hundreds of thousands or to the millions, same thing, they might be commission based. And so we're specifically focused on micro lending. If you have like a refurbishing project that you need to do, buy a new truck kind of thing, we could do that. We are one of the only small business loan providers that lend from 1 to 15K. Again, it's really great to see like the Women's Business Center and Prestamos add additional or have additional resources for small business. So that's really great. We can go on to the next slide. Our goal is to get businesses like yourselves onto the next stage of financial access. So our goal is for you to outgrow us, because we want you to be able to get those, premium loans at banks with great interest rates, revolving credit. The bigger you get, the more that you can start to even look at solutions like venture capital or private equity, if that's what you want to do. But this is like that first step, and we're here to guide you and connect you to these other resources as well. We work really closely with groups that we call trustees. And so you can go ahead and move on to the next slide. The way that we can make this possible is by creating an ecosystem of community support and collaboration. So, we have Kristen Slice over here, as Laura mentioned. We have the Women's Business Center. We partner with a lot of organizations. We partner with city governments, all with the intention of creating a ecosystem that is meant to support small business owners. We meet local borrowers where they are at, and we hold them through that process with the Kiva loan, refer them to experts that may be outside of our own sphere. Because if we're not collaborating, then we're not going to be able to give a business owner or startup the best support that they can have. And so it's all about connecting communities. We can go on to the next slide. So as I mentioned, our partners in the community are called trustees. And so these local community organizations support our borrowers in accessing the Kiva loans and access to technical assistance. And so if you were to go to the Women's Business Center, yes, they can provide you the technical assistance, and they will walk through, we will each hold one hand through that Kiva process and engage with you. And so I'm really great friends with Laura. We talk almost every week. And it's all about connecting someone here, connecting someone over there, so that they can have their best journey up that capital access ladder. So we can go on to the next slide. When you work with an organization like our trustees, they can endorse you socially on the Kiva site. And so borrowers who work with these community partners, they get that endorsement, which not just comes with social boost on the site when you go to fundraise, but it can oftentimes act as a form of business proof and often help you get larger loan sizes if that partner is an established lender with us or an established trustee, because we like to work with people who refer clients and who engage with us. So the more that this partner collaborates with us, the better impact it is for any business owner that works with them. We can go on to the next slide. So that's kind of super high level on what the overview of Kiva is. Now we're going to talk into what the actual loan program is, how it looks like, how it gets broken down, and then kind of keep going down that Kiva rabbit hole. You can go on to the next slide. So for eligibility, you have to be over 18 years old. You must be using the loan for business purposes. So unfortunately, if you need to remodel your home, you can't really get a Kiva loan. You and your business must be based in the United States. If you're not based in the United States, you can still access Kiva through through the Kiva International, but for specific Kiva US guidelines and to work with a CAM like myself, you have to be within the United States. Your business must not be engaged in any of the following activities, which are multi-level marketing, direct sales, anything that is federally illegal, we can't touch, or anything that's pure financial investing. You can't be in any current foreclosures or have an active bankruptcy. And then the key point to how we make Kiva work is you must be willing to demonstrate your social capital by having a small number of your community members, your friends, family, your network contribute to your campaign, but it's not the way that the other crowdfunders do it. We call it social capital because it's about an individual basis, not a percentage point. And so we can go on to the next slide where we talk about why it is the case. So some guidelines for Kiva's review. We don't have that minimum credit score. We don't require financial statements, tax returns, or business plans in order to qualify. But if you want to get a higher loan amount, you do have to have some of that. The reason why we have the social capital component is it helps us make sure that you, I'm so sorry. It helps us make sure that you as a business owner are communicating your idea to people in your community. So if you want to start a food business, you've talked to your friends and your family, and if they would be willing to contribute, it's not a donation. They would be paying you back. And so at a minimum of $25 investment, they can help you qualify to get put on our Kiva site and get in front of our 2 million lenders. And so we can go on to the next one. All of this will be, thank you so much. All of this will be in Whova, and so you can access it again. And I'm also available all the time. So anyone who reaches out to me, I give like my personal contact information so that they can, if they have any questions about anything, that's just the kind of environment that I like to create. I've had borrowers call me like 8 p.m. on a Saturday. It's, you know, if it can wait, then it can wait. But sometimes there are emergencies, and I'm willing to like talk it out, because there can be very stressful situations in which you might have to like talk to someone. So the borrower process is really simple. It's broken up into 4 like main segments. The application itself takes about 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how much you have prepared already. So you can start your application at kiva.org/borrow. And in addition to some of like the financial questions, which are really basic, they ask for a high quality photo, personal and business story, and then a loan itemized list. And so imagine the Kiva profile like a social media profile. You have your profile photo. It's going to have you with something related to your business. We ask for it to be high quality because we want you to be seen as like exciting and have people, our 2 million lenders, want to log into your profile and see what your story is about, what your financial need is. And then your written section is going to talk about like why you started your business, why it's impactful to you. We've heard a lot of amazing stories about, you know, like immigrant families coming and like a long history of being seamstresses, and they want to start their own seamstress company in the United States. And like that kind of story, that kind of engagement, whether it's like you care about building a family for your, or a business for your family to one day take over, the lenders on Kiva love to see that kind of engagement, and they'll connect with that story as well. And then the loan itemized list is important because, you know, if you walked into a bank and you asked, hey, I want to get a loan, and they're like, okay, for how much? And you ask, well, what can I get? They're gonna turn you away, because like they want to make sure that you know exactly what you're going to be leveraging that debt for. And it's important for us as well, because we don't want to put you into a debt trap as well. So having an idea of how you're going to leverage this cash influx for your business to help you grow your business is going to be really important. And these types of questions help you kind of establish like a game plan once you get that money, because the worst thing to do is like get the money and then not know how to use it, and then like inflation keeps going up or something like, you know what I mean? Like having that established plan for yourself is really important. After you submit an application, you go through 2 rounds of review. So I will first see it, but if you're working with me directly and I'm, you know, communicating with you on the daily, and you submit an application, chances are I'm already gonna like be able to move you forward onto the next stage of review, because I have been with you working on that application. I know exactly what you're submitting. I know exactly what kind of documents you've given me. I know exactly what you need and how we're going to get you through to that next step. Kiva then takes your application, and that's where they qualify you for a loan amount based off the documents that you've submitted. And then they'll send that back to you for approval. And then you get to either pursue the actual fundraising, which is broken up into 2 sections, as I mentioned. So the private fundraising section is borrowers invite their friends, family, network, which is usually around 5 to 40 people, to support them with as little of a contribution as $25 within a 15-day period. And that's called our PFP. And so if you got told that you had to privately fundraise for 8 people, that's $200. So if you have like an aunt and uncle that might want to contribute $100 to your campaign, ask them to split it up between the 2 of them, because that's 50 and 50, and now you have 2 people versus a dollar amount. So we don't want to tie it to a percentage point. We don't want to tie it to a specific dollar amount, because it's more financially equitable to have just individuals' contributions. And then after you get the loan, after that, you immediately get placed into public fundraising, where you have 30 days to fundraise the rest of the loan amount. And borrowers in the United States that have made it to public fundraising have about a 95% chance of fully funding, which is a really high point of success that we are proud of, because that's not the same for all of the other crowdfunding platforms. And then once you fully fundraise, you get your loan distributed to you, and you have 12 to 36 months repayment terms, 0 interest. So it's just the loan amount divided by the amount of months. We can go on to the next slide. So if we see here, the type of funding that Kiva offers is a loan. Borrowers can repay the amount that they raise. On a typical crowdfunder, it's a donation. Campaigners keep most of the funds that they raise. When it comes to fees, most other crowdfunding platforms will charge between 4 to 10%. However, Kiva, as I mentioned, is a 0% interest, zero fee. When it comes to goal setting, some of the crowdfunders can have you go up to $1 million. We like to keep it very minimal so that we can have quality control, and it's more it's more accessible and realistic from a fundraising standpoint. It is an all or nothing campaign, so you have to fundraise the full amount that you've asked for. Because if you need $8,000 for a project and you only get $5,000, that's not going to really help you. And so if you don't make that full fundraising period, we can try again in a couple months. Our success rate is at 95% for those that make it to public fundraising, compared to 20% of the estimated goals on other crowdfunders. The percentage of the campaign that is raised by the entrepreneurs community is about 80% on other platforms, as opposed to ours is 20-30%, depending on the community. And then there is no support. There's no person that you can call and contact for any other organization like you can with Kiva, that'll help you through every step of the way. We can keep going. So now we get into like the loan sizes and what like the actual nitty gritty is. So the Kiva loan, again, is a $1,000 to $15,000. Each tranche of loan amounts has an expected amount of private fundraising that you would have to do. These numbers are fluid, because the more financial need that you have, the more that Kiva will kind of adjust your specific situation, because they want it to be equitable. And so like you can see that it'll say 5 to 15, but oftentimes like depending on your financial need, you might have to fundraise less, because they know that the situation that you're coming from might be more difficult. So it's very fluid. The one thing that we do look at is like debt to income ratio. If you have a high debt to income ratio, we don't want to add more debt to you. So that's going to be one of the like sticking points of like whether or not you qualify. You can go ahead. So these following business and loan uses, are not approved to borrow on Kiva. So businesses that are only state level legal and not federally, so like hemp production, CBD, in some like cities and states like Arizona, marijuana, anything that is non-FDA approved or non-FDA approved medical device. Pyramid marketing schemes, lending institutions or direct sellers, so Mary Kay, Avon, LuLaRoe, businesses involving adult entertainment, lethal weapons like gun shops, bullet makers, knife makers that are for defense, any contract worker of a large corporation. So this one's pretty big. If you are a Lyft driver, Uber driver, you have an Airbnb or a DoorDash, we can't lend to you, because we want that money to be going to someone directly, not to line the pockets of another corporation. And so if you have your own company, then that's a different story, and we can talk about that. But if you're a contractor for a larger corporation, then that's going to be a little bit more difficult. Any tobacco businesses, any loan that is for primarily consumer use. If you're using it to primarily refinance credit card debt, and then if you're going to be purchasing stock or like equity in another company, that's going to be also a difficult sell. You can keep going. So these are some examples of like business proof and things that you can submit to help make a case for a larger loan amount. Any incorporation documents, government registration, operational permits, your DBA, your fictitious business name documentation, any tax returns, tax IDs and EINs, and then an endorsement by a trustee. And so if you took, if you went to the Women's Business Center and they helped you fill all of this out, you could work with them, not just have them help you fill out or gather these documents, but then that endorsement from them will help you in the long run through the campaign. You can go on to the next slide. So some potential loan uses. So I said buying equipment, you can hire an employee, you can upgrade your space, any working capital for some projects that you have. An example, we have a business owner, Long Dog Plant Company. She's a great, the business owner runs a great business. She used to deliver plants through a truck. We helped her with a Kiva loan, and she was able to put a down payment on a location, refurbish that space, and now she's increased her like service offerings. She does like plant care. So if you're going on vacation, she'll take care of your plants for you. She does like wedding like plant design. So like you can have exotic plants at your wedding. She'll go to your home and help you like design your home with exotic plants and teach you how to take care of them. She could not do that out of a truck, but because of Kiva, she was able to kind of like get her business to a point that she could. It's just like one example. You can go on to the next one. So now we're just going to rehash a little bit about the borrower process. We can go through it quickly in case there's like some questions. So sorry. But as I mentioned, the borrower, that the application has like the three main sections: the profile photo, the written statement, and then the loan use. If you work with me, I will walk you through that entire process. But if you just go to the Kiva application site, like kiva.org, they have like step-by-step guides on how to do everything for those that are outside of a hub location. But I mean, if you have someone that you can talk to, you might as well just use that resource, because any question that you might have, I can answer. We can go on to the next one. So for the private fundraising period, this is what it'll look like on your profile. Each lender must have their loan. Oh, so each lender must loan to a borrower's campaign. That minimum contribution is $25. The most important thing is raise people, not raise the funds. So talk to people about your business, talk to them about your journey, and then reassure them that what you're looking to do will have a repayment in the future. It's not a donation. It's supposed to be a loan. You can go on to the next slide. Thanks, Faustine. Sorry. So public fundraising periods. Again, so once you're through that private fundraising, you get onto our site. Imagine like its own little social media bubble. People engage all the time. There's lending teams that have vested interest in specific communities. We have like teams that are specifically wanting to fund only like refugee business owners, that want to fund women business owners that are single mothers. And like there's like super distinct groups that people can join and contribute to campaigns. And again, like if you make it to that point, you have about a 95% chance of fully funding. And there's always some kind of promotion going on. You can go on to the next slide. So once it's fully funded, it gets distributed within 7 days through PayPal. And then I can work with you to see how things are going. And the great thing about Kiva, as I mentioned, it's all about collaboration and community building. You can update the folks that have contributed to your campaign, keep them updated. And if they're experts in any specific field, they can share tips, tricks, and guidance to you as well through a community platform, like imagine like a Facebook group kind of thing. So it's very much about community and collaboration with the Kiva program. You can go on to the next slide. And then again, repayment, it's 12 to 36 month terms. It's fixed. And so it'll never go up. It'll never go down necessarily. And it's supposed to be very like simple. You can just do it through the website, and you can even create auto repayments. And if there is a situation in which you need to stop paying, you can like communicate with us as Kiva, and we can work something out as well. You can go on to the next one. So this is the last slide. It's just some best practices to successfully engage with the program and to successfully engage with me, the CAM. To be tech willing, not necessarily tech able. If you're willing to learn, if you're not savvy on the internet, that is totally fine. I will walk you through every step of the way. Like we'll meet at a coffee shop and I will walk you through the entire platform all the way through every step. If you're another benefit is that you're going to be significantly impacted by this small loan. So if the loan is going to specifically impact you in a positive way, let us know that, and that's going to help through the process. You have access to being able to produce a high quality photo and a high quality loan statement. You can work with one of our partners in our trustee teams. That's great if you're willing to learn and engage. That's going to help you a lot. You have a strong network of supporters. And if even if you don't have as deep of a network, we can try to work something out and see like which one of our partners can put you in an e-blast on their newsletter or something like that. There's always solutions to being able to get you through that process. And then you're willing to climb up that capital access ladder. So it is a journey, but we will be there to support you all the way. And if there's any questions, you can ask me now, or you can always set up a time to meet with me. I have business cards out there as well that have a Calendly link, so you can set up like up to a 60-minute call with me at your convenience. So, and you can go on to the next slide. Sorry, I know that that's a lot. So I just hit you with like a water hose of information. So if you need like a second to like take it in, I totally understand. Yes. Uh, yeah, so it does. So because it's a loan, there's always a risk of not repayment, and that's one of the things that all of our 2 million lenders know, and they understand that risk, and they're willing to take that risk because everyone has that same impact-driven focus. So that's a great question.
So I have a question. For the purpose of lending.
Yes.
Other than building up the community, is there any monetary benefit? Something has to be driving the machine. So where's the funding coming from that keeps Kiva going?
Yeah.
As well as what keeps the lenders motivated to keep giving money?
Yeah. So the thing that keeps Kiva going is the support from our partners. And so yes, sorry. So the question was, what keeps Kiva going and what is the financial incentive for this? So the thing that helps Kiva as an organization maintain itself is the licensing fee payments and agreements that us as the hub pay to become a resource for business owners. So that comes out of our own pockets. And then the organizations like our trustees and our partners, they have a vested interest in seeing financial success in their communities. So, sorry, the city of Phoenix gave us a large financial support to be able to fund this program because they know that having small businesses in their communities drives economic growth. And so for them, it's not a direct ROI, it's a long-term kind of vision of growth for the financial sector in their own county. It's not necessarily like a interest rate that they're going to get money back in that way. Yes. I'm sorry? It's mostly so so the question was, is there like private investors aside from like large organizations? Possibly at a larger scale with Kiva, there might be large grant writers or large kind of endowments that they might have, but specifically for Maricopa County and the Northern Arizona regions, it's just our corporate partners and the organization that we work with. Yes.
I wanted to speak to her question on why people donate too, like what's the idea behind it. Before Kiva came to Phoenix, I did it on the international Kiva. It's $25. And honestly, I was having a real rough day and feeling disillusioned with the world. And I had heard of like Kiva, and my donation just keeps rolling over to different like vendors. The system is set up where once they repay it, then you can choose another one. So it's actually a lot of people just independently donating because they know independent people, real small seed. Like I said, it's $25, which I think makes a big difference. So like as somebody who's donated, that's what drove me. Made me feel good. It was a good donation. I wanted to help the world and I was feeling disillusioned. $5 later, that was a benefit. So that's why I was wondering, beyond building community, what is the benefit for money to be put into it?
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes that's just all it is. And I mean, like I said, I'm a reformed, like I said, I was a reformed banker. Like I saw everything in ROI. Like I wouldn't part of that culture is not even accepting conversations unless you know you're going to make money after that. And, I will meet with business owners who, will meet 2 to 3 times and they'll say, you know what, this isn't for me. Like, I'm sorry. And I don't see that as wasted time because it's still a conversation that I had with someone who I could have helped. And so that's like a reprogramming is like part of that journey. Yeah.
Mainly nonprofits, they don't get loans, they get like grants to like just fundraising in general.
Mhm.
Do you guys help them?
Yeah. So the question was, do we help nonprofits or because mostly nonprofits don't get loans, they get grants. And so the question is, the answer, we do help fund nonprofits. The stipulations are a little different. And so we can go over that independently. I have to take a look at like the actual policies. You would probably be the first nonprofit that we actually work with. Yeah. So it is possible. And so, if you're interested, we can meet afterwards and definitely talk about it more. Any other questions? Any questions online?
We have one.
Perfect.
Do you want to read?
Sure. So the question online says, is there no other way but fundraising to apply for a loan via Kiva? And the answer is unfortunately, the only way to get Kiva funds is through the crowdfunding platform. And it's because Kiva doesn't have a loan fund that they give out, because managing that loan fund costs money. And that's where you get into like CDFI territory. So because it's crowdfunded, they're able to, it's like a service that they like offer. They provide the platform, and then the lenders contribute to these campaigns independently. Okay. So this question asks, what if I have no experience in crowdfunding? So if you don't have any experience, most people don't. And so that's why I'm here as a capital access manager. And that's why BBB is here as a resource. Any of the partners as well that we work with, we're all here to help guide you through that process. It is unique, and it is, again, like very different from a lot of the other types of financial products that you might see out there. But as a resource, we're all here to help you through that process. Cool. Any other questions? Awesome. Oh, awesome. Thank you.
There is one more.
Oh, there is. Okay. It says, if I'm outside the Phoenix area, who do I contact at Kiva? So that's a great question. We have hubs, I believe, in 50 cities across the United States or regions, because our Northern Arizona Kiva hub encompasses 5 counties. So if you're outside of Phoenix, I would say still send me an email. And if you're outside of the state, I can try to find a point of contact in the state that you're in that might be related to Kiva, or I can still walk you through the entire process. The only difference is that I can't necessarily see your application in the pipeline. So I won't be able to see the specific details unless you share them with me, but I have no problem and I encourage it. So if you're outside of the Phoenix area and you're still looking to apply, please reach out. So it's all of Maricopa County. That's a great question. So we're all of Maricopa County, and then the 5 northern counties at Northern Arizona as well. And then can you get a loan with no collateral? Yes. So all of the loans on Kiva require no collateral. So you just have to apply and then be willing to go through the process of crowdfunding. Awesome. Sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Alrighty, so thank you, Jose, again for sharing this information. I hope that you guys will either take advantage of it, share, or become involved by being one of the funders to support other entrepreneurs. We are going to take a break between now and our keynote. We did end a little bit earlier, so you guys do get a longer break. So we will be back for the keynote at 2:15. So you guys are more than welcome to, again, connect with one another. Restrooms are downstairs. So if you want to take a look at our co-working space next door, we can also show you guys that, or this building. Thank you. Yes, so it's going to be, go ahead and go to your internet. Should be triple B. Capital. 10 seconds. Yeah, and let me double check, 'cause it's been a while since I've, but yeah,
US. About 40% of the US had CNN, about 12% outside of the US. And so my first encounter with an entrepreneur still sits with me today, a man named Ted Turner, who had a dream. He was a visionary entrepreneur who believed that the world needed news, that just because you were living in a country that wasn't being affected by news, that didn't mean that you didn't need to know about it. And we all needed to stay connected in some way. There were days when Ted would walk the hall where we weren't sure whether or not his dream would come true or not. But it's an important point that I say to all entrepreneurs that if you are the founder, if you are the CEO, if you are that entrepreneur who has that vision for an idea and a solution to that problem that you see out there, that you need to put stakes in the ground and you need to believe that this can actually be, even when other people don't actually believe that it can happen. And maybe they doubt you. You doubt yourself some days, but that was really my first experience with recognizing that in an entrepreneur. I left CNN after a few years and moved from New York to the Bay Area, San Francisco, where I live today. And that was when I thought, what I really want to do is go and work for a brand that I believe in. I believed in CNN, but I also wanted to believe in work for something that maybe was a little closer to me in some way. And the brand that resonated with me most, that I was fortunate enough when I went to Arizona State University to have one of these computers, was a Macintosh, so Apple computer. And I had followed Steve Jobs for years, thinking how innovative he was to create, at that time, one of the smaller computers that was out there, but also in my mind, one of the cutest ones with a cute little apple on it. Design-wise, I thought that it was really unique and really stood out. The one problem was that Apple computer was about 100 miles from where I was living. They were based in Cupertino and I was based in San Francisco. So I didn't want to do that commute every day. Certainly, it would have been nice to be able to have virtual opportunities, but that was really where I thought, that's not going to work for me. So I need to think of plan B. As I was doing research on Apple and trying to figure out how I was going to get a job with Steve Jobs, that's when I ran across this little startup that actually had started and incubated inside of Apple called 2Market. And 2Market was 5 guys who had worked for Steve on a Steve idea to actually make online shopping happen. This is 1994. And when I read about it, I was amazed. This person, Steve, had this incredible vision to take graphics and put them on a disc and tell consumers, while there were challenges with the speed of how people were actually getting information, that they would put the information, the graphics on a disc and tell the consumer to upload, to insert the disc. And so I picked up the phone and I cold called the person that was in this article that had worked inside of Apple and was now the head of marketing for 2Market. And I said, I just moved here to the Bay Area from New York, and I would absolutely love to come and grab a cup of coffee with you. I think secretly I was dreaming that maybe Steve Jobs was going to be in that office. But nonetheless, I didn't know anybody in San Francisco, and I thought, what's the worst that can happen? What do I have to lose? So when I sat down for coffee with this gentleman, that's when he said, so what were you doing in New York? And I said, I was working for CNN. And the first question that he asked me was, what was Ted Turner like? And of course, I didn't work directly for Ted, but it was a moment when I thought, I want to know what Steve Jobs was like. And I said that to him. And so we sat there through coffee talking about 2 incredible entrepreneurs. And before I was finished and before I was leaving that coffee, that's when I asked this gentleman, how do you guys make money anyway? You're getting graphics from J. Crew and LL Bean, and you're putting them on this disc. I mean, how do you actually make money? And he said, well, maybe we should hire you to figure that out. And so they gave me an offer, and I went to 2Market and started selling and building out the business model, and had the best job in the world. I was going to retailers and helping them figure out what was next for retail. How could they communicate? How could they experience this new generation of consumers that was willing to shop online? And there was no roadmap. There were plenty of blocks out there to being able to actually put your catalogs and put your store online. But I just figured I need to try. I need to go out and see whether or not I can actually get people to buy into this idea and see what would happen. One of our investors was a company that, again, I would call it a little later stage company, but was still very much new and wasn't considered a big company yet. It was also an underdog. They were probably in third place. Don't tell Steve Case that I ever said that, but they were behind some online services, including Prodigy and CompuServe. And so when we went back to them and asked them for more money as we were growing, they said, why don't we just acquire you? And so they did. And so when I went through that acquisition with 2Market, I suddenly found myself in this company that was based in Virginia called America Online. And my role at America Online was to do exactly what I had been doing at 2Market, holding on a larger scale. So I always viewed my role at America Online as running an online shopping mall. I was essentially going out to retailers and asking them not just to put their product on this disc, but now to put it online. And America Online, for those of you who remember it, it was an online shopping environment where it was a lot faster because it was controlled. You weren't on the big bad World Wide Web. You were actually on a group of servers that AOL was running. And so it was an exciting opportunity. Many stories from that experience, many stories of watching and meeting with entrepreneurs who believed that they had an idea and a vision and they were going to go tackle categories. One of those entrepreneurs that I was trying to sell on the concept of setting up a store was a little Seattle bookstore called Amazon. And I'll never forget getting an opportunity to meet with Jeff Bezos in Seattle. You know, it's interesting because I don't think I thought of it as an opportunity at that time. I was trying to fill a gap that we had in our service for a bookstore. And basically Barnes and Noble and another company called Borders didn't want to actually work with us. And so I flew up to Seattle to try and get Jeff to really make the book area happen on America Online. I mean, I probably thought that one point, if Barnes and Noble or Borders wants to actually work with us, that I don't know whether or not we're going to be working with Amazon or not, but still it was a start. And so when I sat down with Jeff, I actually built a bookshelf with Jeff. That was my Jeff Bezos story. It was definitely a moment when I had another experience with an entrepreneur who had a dream. And I also saw that the dreams aren't always so clear to the person who's hearing about the dream. And I think more than anything, I had an experience with Jeff where I asked him why he thought that he could be successful against these other large booksellers. And obviously they had physical stores. They were selling a lot more books than he was. And he said to me something that I still remember to this day, which is, do you ever go to a bookstore and ask the person behind the counter for a recommendation? And this is 1996. And I said, sure, of course I do. And he said, do you always get a great response? And I said, of course not. I mean, how could a person who was working in a store understand every genre of books and recommendations? I mean, that's impossible. And he looked at me and he said, the future of online shopping is recommendations. And that was 1996. That was for Jeff, that was the reason, that was the purpose for him starting Amazon. while the front was that he wanted to sell books and he believed he could make a business, his goal, the bigger goal, was actually to be able to make recommendations, because he believed that in every single category that recommendations were really what was the key to the kingdom. And I share that story because I remember, or I've talked to many entrepreneurs over the years who, think that they can flip their company in a couple of years and make, billions of dollars. And I always go back to the Jeff Bezos story, and arguably that idea that started in 1996 with recommendations didn't really come to be on Amazon until probably 2015, 2016 in any type of big way. So sometimes visions take a long time to play out. Sometimes they're ideas that end up coming later. You have bigger goals. I was able to kind of get a sneak preview from many entrepreneurs that I was working directly or slightly indirectly for, but also customers like Jeff Bezos. And after about 7 years at America Online, I decided that it was time to start my family. I'd already started my family, but I was spending a ton of time on the planes, United Airlines in particular. And I really thought I want to be able to get something closer to home, to not be traveling so much. I had very young children, and I thought, I want to actually see these years and be able to do that. I definitely want to work, but there has to be other opportunities in San Francisco for me. And so I decided to take a little time off. I wasn't sure what I was going to do. And after a couple of years, I was getting itchy. I was ready to go back and do something. I still wasn't saying I'm going to go start my own company, and certainly not a beverage company. That was the furthest thing from my mind. But it was when I was trying to put food in my kids' bodies, and not just food, but also drinks, when I started to really think about ingredients. And I remember giving my kids apple juice, and actually my pediatricians, who are great, were recommending that that's what they should get next after formula and breast milk, that they should have apple juice. And I realized that when I took them to the park, or they were really tired, that after having apple juice, they would be bouncing off the walls. So I wasn't so keen on this idea, again, having my own experience with it. So I started to water down my kids' drinks. And I started thinking, these don't taste very good. They really just taste like watered down juice. So that's not really an alternative either. But then I really started looking at the ingredients of not just their food, but also my own food and my own drinks. And here I was kind of preaching to a larger extent to them about what they should and shouldn't be putting in their body, yet I wasn't practicing it. And so one day I looked down at my diet soda, my Diet Coke in particular, and saw all the different ingredients that I had been putting into my body since I was in high school in Arizona. Not actually thinking that I was doing wrong, because it wasn't full sugar soda, it was diet soda. And I didn't understand all of the different ingredients that I was putting into my body. I had to take out a dictionary or look online to actually see everything that I was putting in my body. And that's when I decided I don't want to drink this anymore. I want to put it to the side. I wouldn't give it to my kids. So why would I actually continue to put it in my own body? I want to be healthy for them. And 2.5 weeks later, probably some of the hardest 2.5 weeks of my life, that's when I woke up and I realized that I felt better. My mind was clearer. My skin, that I had developed terrible adult acne over the years, didn't even have that as a teenager, but over the years had really developed this acne, that had cleared up. And I had lost a bunch of weight. I had lost over 20 pounds in 2.5 weeks from just switching from diet soda to plain water. And so I liked all of that. But there was one problem. I was incredibly thirsty because I didn't love the taste of plain water. And for me, water was always a problem. I knew I was supposed to drink 8 glasses of water a day. I'd heard it all. But for me, drinking water was just boring. And that was something that I thought, really hadn't changed over the years and probably wouldn't change. So I questioned how long I was going to be able to stick with plain water. So that's when I started slicing up fruit and throwing it in the water. And it's funny, as I was doing that, I still didn't think that I was starting a company anytime soon, or that I had had all this incredible experience working for amazing entrepreneurs. And now it was my turn. For me, I just continued to live, and I gave this drink to my kids. I gave it to me. I gave friends of mine would ask me what kind of fruit I had in my drink. And finally, one day I was at a local store that had just opened in San Francisco called Whole Foods. And I went into Whole Foods, and I didn't plan on having this conversation, but I asked a gentleman who was stocking the shelves how would I go about getting a product on the shelf? And he said, "Oh, are you asking about our local program?" And I said, "Yeah, your local program. How do I get a product on the shelf?" I had no idea. And that's when he shared with me that they try to put 10% of their selection with local companies. And I said, "Well, I'm local, so does that mean I can just get a product on the shelf at Whole Foods?" And he said, "Well, you have to create a product, you have to have a UPC code." Just a few steps that he gave me allowed me to have this curiosity and this vision to go and start the company. I still wasn't calling it a company though, because that was too scary, right? I mean, even today, when I say I'm going to go start a company, that to me is a little mind-blowing. So it was at this point that I went home and I started thinking about it for a few days. And then I decided that this is what I'm going to do. Maybe this is an interim step to going and finding a real job and starting getting on with a local tech company, which was also always my plan. But in the interim, it would be really fun to be able to get a product on the shelf at Whole Foods. I mean, something that I really believed and saw for myself that it had helped me to get healthier. I mean, how hard could it really be? And how great could it be to actually help a lot of people get healthier? And so that was really the point when I thought, okay, now I need to write the business plan. I wrote a quick business plan, and I thought I had the perfect name for it, by the way. I guess I'd been living in a world of being around kids for so long and trying to get them to drink water, just as I was trying to drink water and drink my concoction that I had made in my kitchen. And so I decided it was time to share with my husband that I was starting this company. And I remember saying to him, "So I'm starting this company. It's a flavored water company with no sweeteners in it, just like I've been making in my kitchen and I've been drinking over the last year." And he said, "That I'm really surprised you don't have experience. How hard is this going to be for you to do it?" All of these questions. And he said, "So what's the name of this company?" And I said, "It's called Wawa." And again, had been calling, I think Wawa was the name that I said to my kids was such a great name, but also to get them to drink water. And my husband's from the East Coast, where there's this tiny little, not so tiny, little company called Wawa. And he said, "Please don't call it Wawa." He's also an intellectual property attorney. And so for him, he was really trying to protect an asset or a potential asset if this ever took off and got big. And so I didn't really like his response. I was a little frustrated because I had worked hours to actually come up with this name Wawa. And so I thought that there was no better time to share with him that I also had another secret that I was going to share with him. And he said, so, tell me, what are you going to share with me? And I said, sit down. I'm not really sure how to share this with you, but we're having our 4th child. And he couldn't believe it. He said, oh my gosh, you're starting a beverage company and you're having our 4th child. This is crazy. What are you thinking? And you have no experience in this industry and you're calling this product, your company Wawa, all of these things. And he walked out of the room. I wasn't sure if he was coming back or not. And it was at that point, finally, he did come back in the room and he said, why don't you come up with another name and tell me when you're actually due and tell me how I can be helpful. And that was when we sat there and tried to throw around a few other names. That afternoon, I actually said, well, what about Hint? I mean, Hint is a great name. And he said, it's a 4-letter word. You'll never get the trademark on it. That's a story in and of itself that I said, you're the lawyer, I'm the business person, and please try and file it. And the moral of the story is that I was right. So we definitely got the trademark on Hint, not only in the US, but also globally. It was crazy, crazy time. And so we went at that point, because I enlisted him in the company and I said, come with me to the first bottling plant. I had an appointment a couple of days later and I said, I'd love for you to see how exciting this is. I remember when the first bottle rolled off the line and he said, his name is Theo, said, I get it now. Like, you've been working in bits and bytes. You've got a physical product that you can hold on to. I mean, it's very exciting. And I looked at him and I said, that's not why I'm doing this at all. And he said, do share. And I said, if we can actually do something like get people to drink water, clean water, that tastes better, then we could actually change health in America, in the world. We could change health in the world. And that was when he said, I'm in. I get it. I understand the mission. I understand the purpose. And just by giving people just a bottle of water, you believe that you can create change. And I said, yes. And he said, how can I be helpful? And so for the next 8 months, I was busy trying to get ready for not only this new addition to our family and paying attention to the other 3 additions to our family as well, but also this new company that I was trying to get off the ground. And the morning that I was having a planned C-section, the day that Justin was born on May 27th, 2005, we had received product the day before from our co-packer. Something else I've learned along the way is that, especially when you're launching something new, it's never on time. It's never ahead of schedule. So we got the product the day before, and the morning that I woke up, I didn't have to be at the hospital until 2 o'clock that afternoon. So I said, I'd love to go to Whole Foods and see if we can actually meet that guy that I had met at Whole Foods and see if we can get it on the shelf. And so we did. We went to Whole Foods and I found the gentleman. And the first thing he said to me was, wow, you're really pregnant. Are you going to have a baby in the store? And I said, gosh, I hope not. I mean, I'm delivering this afternoon. And he said, how do you know you're having a baby this afternoon? And I said, I'm having a planned C-section. And he said, what's a planned C-section? And that's when I decided it was an opportunity to educate him and take the time to let him get to know me a little bit more, that I was opening up and sharing that I was having this planned C-section. And at the end of it, he said, "Thank you so much for sharing that story with me. I would love to get your product on the shelf. I don't know if I'm going to be able to or not, but I would love to make it happen." He said, "Why don't you leave the 10 cases with me and I'll see what I can do." But I left the hospital, or I left for the hospital that day, not knowing whether or not he would actually put the product on the shelf, but just being able to have that connection with him, being able to show who I was, who I really was. He decided to make it happen. But we didn't learn that he made it happen until the next day, when we received a phone call from this gentleman while I was in the hospital. And he said, "I need more product because the product is gone." I laugh at this because when he said the product is gone, I said, "Who took it?" I still didn't believe that somebody had bought the product. And here I was delivering a baby and didn't believe. I was just focused on getting it on the shelf, getting it into Whole Foods. I didn't know people would actually buy it, as funny as that may sound. I was super excited. And of course, when we got out of the hospital, we delivered more cases, and that was sort of the beginning of growing this brand. So many things along the way, including the fact that not only did I not have experience in the beverage industry, and my belief that actually helped me to be able to do a lot more than having experience in the industry. And one of the things that I talk about in Undaunted, so many stories along the way, is that sometimes if you know too much or you think too much about the end, you'll never get past the beginning. I believe that so much of my journey and so much of my history and starting Hint and growing Hint really revolves around the fact that as long as you're willing to ask questions, as long as you're willing to be humbled by not actually knowing the answers, as long as you're willing to be challenged by the fact that you're not necessarily going to have all the experience you need to make something happen. You're not actually going to always have days where you make tons and tons of progress. You're going to have moments where you're going to fail, where you're going to fall flat on your face and feel like it's time to close up shop in some way. But you have to figure out, how do you get over that wall, break down that wall, and keep going in some way? Because if you don't, then nothing is going to happen. And I think that that's what I've learned along the way, and so many lessons in figuring out ways to create your own learning experiences, figuring out every single day, making sure that you enjoy what you're doing. Because I also believe that unless you not only believe in what you're doing, but you enjoy what you're doing and you make some fun out of what you're doing every day, and you laugh at yourself a little bit, especially when you have those questionable and challenging days, that is really the key to be able to survive in any business, in any life, and certainly for the life of an entrepreneur. Today, Hint is the largest privately held non-alcoholic beverage in the US today that doesn't have a relationship with Coke, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper Snapple. We've done not only a lot in terms of creating a product and creating an entirely new category, for those of you who have started a new category in your industry, it's challenging and it takes a long time, and you're up against all kinds of barriers, especially if you're dealing with a retailer that's actually selling your product. I didn't allow that to stop me. I brought in elements of my previous life from direct to consumer into our business model. That is about 40% of our overall sales are online. About 30% is through our store at drinkhint.com, and 10% is through Amazon. And so figuring out ways to solve problems, figuring out how do you keep moving forward. It's not just about launching the company, but it's also about growing the company and not allowing things that are barriers to stop you from actually creating those opportunities out there. So I'm going to stop there and allow you guys to ask me questions, and hopefully I can be helpful in answering many of the questions that are out there as well.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate you, and what an amazing story and an amazing journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. What's your favorite hint water? Your favorite flavor?
That's like asking me who my favorite child is, right? I like all of the flavors. There's not one single flavor. I'll tell you, I'm allergic to coconut. So many people have asked me why we don't have a coconut flavor. And so staying true to my promise of I try and I curate all the different flavors. But I think you raise sort of an interesting point, though, that what's really interesting about Hint that I didn't expect when we first launched the company is that our consumers really want choice. And so when you think about like the diet industry, for example, I mean, there are diet drinks outside of cola, but Diet Cola's, Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi wars that have gone on for years. I mean, it's far and away, controlling sort of the diet industry overall and the soda industry. And it's interesting because for our consumer, if, for example, they go to a Google office and they don't have a BlackBerry Hint, for example, in the refrigerator, people will pick up a peach and they'll be fine with it. So I think that that's like, pretty unique about our product that is probably different than maybe some other brands in the beverage industry.
Thank you. Yes, and I can attest to that. All of your flavors are absolutely delicious. So thank you for making them, for creating them. So I'm going to open up the question and answer section first here in San Diego in person. And if anyone here has any questions for Kara, would you either just come up to the podium or say it pretty loudly for me in the room right now? Think we have one over here? Come on up, come on up. Or you can say it if you don't. Okay. So the question from San Diego is, what was the time frame from the time you thought about actually creating it to your business plan to the first bottle in a store?
It was 9-10 months. It was sort of incubating. And again, my timeline was I wanted to have a little bit of time off after Justin was born. And so it's sometimes it's a good thing to be able to set some kind of date. And for me, it was definitely wanting to be able to spend some time with my new baby.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Do we have any other questions here? Yes?
How did you stay positive throughout the whole process? Did you have a specific mentor that you looked at, or did you say daily affirmations to yourself? Like, how did you just keep that positivity to keep moving forward with your business idea?
I think I heard it faded off a little bit at the end, but about how did I stay positive? Did I get that right?
Yes, positive. Did you have a mentor or a coach or anyone to help you along in your journey to stay positive as you were creating?
Yeah, I think for me, again, having worked for entrepreneurs, directly or indirectly, I found myself kind of thinking back on moments when I had seen kind of challenging times that they had. And I kept reminding myself that, okay, this is how Steve Case got through this. It wasn't always pretty, right? And it was, and I think that was really helpful to me. But in terms of a live person, so my husband, shortly after Whole Foods called while we were getting out of the hospital, he offered to help me deliver cases. And he asked me, he said, I think I need a business card. He had been an intellectual property attorney in Silicon Valley, so didn't have beverage experience either. He was just trying to be helpful to me. And so he came home, went to FedEx Kinko's and got a business card. And he called me and said, I'm going to put Chief Operating Officer on here. We can always change it later. And he said, is that okay? And I'm like, sure, I'm fine. I have 4 kids under the age of 6 and I'm starting a company and good, Chief Operating Officer. And, you know, he definitely was super helpful and very, very supportive. Never thought that he'd be the Chief Operating Officer for 16 and a half years for sure. But I think for him, it was definitely a time that was really led by the mission overall. And so I think if you can have a partner, and not everyone can work with their husband, but it's definitely somebody that, especially when you've got challenging days, and not only from a business perspective, having challenging days, but in your house, right? How many times were one of our kids sick, for example, and we'd have to have one of us be able to pitch in depending on what our schedule was. So people would always say to me over the years, like, you know, gosh, it seems so hard working with your husband. In many ways, I thought it was easier because we had a lot less to sort of, you know, separate or argue about, like whose schedule was busier. We had work and we had home, and we both knew everything that was going on between the two. But still to this day, I mean, you know, my #1 fan, my biggest supporter, and me for him as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. And we have another question here in San Diego.
And I feel like it's very like obvious that people will be making sacrifices, but like how are you able to just not how did you deal with mom guilt if you had it?
Okay, so I'm not sure if you can hear that, so I'll just kind of repeat the question. So the question is about mom guilt. Did you actually have any of that? Did you experience mom guilt as you were starting your company? And then also at the same time, how did you balance everything? And did you actually experience having any mom guilt?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, there's a chapter in my book that I talk about this. I definitely had mom guilt, and I was not the mom that was the homeroom parent, or I joined the PTA, but I wasn't super active in the PTA. I think that I didn't really realize and always kind of carried this guilt until my son said something to me when he was 12 years old. My son Keenan, who's my 3rd child, and we were watching Sheryl Sandberg on television talk about Lean In and how there's a large percentage of women who aren't CEOs of companies. In fact, most CEOs are not women. And he turned to me and he said, Mom, I didn't realize that women are not CEOs. And I thought, oh, great. Now I have to have this conversation here. And he said, you know, why do you think that is? Because you do an incredible job being a CEO and being a parent. And I, of course, said, thank you. That's really nice. And I didn't really know what to do with this conversation at this point. The next day he came home from school. He plays a ton of tennis. And he said, Mom, why are there boys tennis teams and there's girls tennis teams? Because there are better players on the girls tennis team, and I would love to play with them, but we're not allowed to do that at school. And it was at that moment when I realized that I'm actually doing a lot for him in teaching him the power of women right? He is realizing just by experiencing what he's experienced living in my household, that I'm a CEO, that I stick up for myself, that I try and disrupt and change the status quo in some way. And he also respects women. And so I thought, this guilt that I've carried with me for so long has now been seen, right? That is now, I can now say that there was a reason why I was doing what I was doing. And I think in terms of, your other point about balance, I've been quoted as saying that I think balance is overrated. And I think balance depends on a lot of stuff going on in the world. And I think not everybody can be balanced every moment of every single day. We all have challenging days. And I think that instead, being happy, doing the best you can, living a life that you feel proud of, that you can have your children feel that you are actually doing something that makes a difference in some way, I think is much more powerful to hang your hat on.
Oh, thank you so much for that. Absolutely. Thank you. Do we have any other questions in San Diego in person? No? Okay, I'm just going to open it up. I'm going to read a couple of questions that are in the chat. So just give me a moment here to check those out. Okay, so what were your biggest challenges when it comes to funding, licensing, marketing, etc.?
So, I think funding in particular is an interesting topic for sure. We've raised a lot of money over the years. The beverage industry is very capital intensive. For sure, we've raised close to $100 million actually over the last 16 and a half years. But I remember, I'll tell you probably my most memorable story when we self-funded the company for the first couple of years and then finally decided that it was time to go out and raise capital. And again, had been in the tech industry, had never raised capital before, but knew a lot of people in the venture community who were funding some of these tech companies that were out there. And so one of them had reached out to us and said, hey, if you're interested, I love Hint. If you're interested, I'd be interested in talking to you. And I remember driving down to Silicon Valley, and my husband, of course, is the chief operating officer. He comes with me, and I'm walking up the steps of this office, and the gentleman that we were meeting with was parking his car, and he saw me and he said, oh, you're Kara. We're meeting in just a few minutes. And he said, I'm really excited. And he said, I have to ask you one question. He was like, I just read that you have 4 children. And I said, I do. I have 4 children. Here I am there to raise money for Hint. And he said, so who's watching the kids? And silence. And I thought, I remember just reacting, just thinking, what a bizarre thing to ask me. But instead I said, oh my gosh. And he said, is everything okay? And I said, oh yeah, I just remembered there's babysitters. Did you know that? You can actually hire babysitters to actually watch your children while you go and actually raise money, raise capital for your business. And he looked at me, and my husband was parking the car, and he walked up, had no idea that this interaction had happened. And then we walked into the meeting and had a pleasant enough meeting. And he did not invest, by the way, in the company. And people always said, do you think it was because you were sassy or, whatever, you said something? And I said, who knows? You never know why people don't invest. But I saw him probably about 6 years later, and he was with another gentleman, and he said, oh, Hint is doing great. You're, sorry we didn't invest. And he said, he then went on to tell his friend that he was with. He said, I'll never forget when I met Kara. And I don't know why I did this, but I said to her, I said to her as she was walking up the steps of our building, who is watching your children? And he said, can you imagine that I said that to her? And I just sat there. I let him tell his own story. And he said to his friend, I never did that again. I mean, how insulting that I would say that to you, Kara. I apologize that I said that to you. And so sometimes being honest, saying what's on your mind, all of those things, it ends up working out and you teach some lessons along the way too.
Wow, that was awesome story. Thank you. So we're gonna have one more question from the chat, and then I'm gonna pass it off to Rosie to ask any in-person questions in Phoenix. So this question it's kind of a two-step question. She would like to know how much mission and core values have driven sales and hiring, and what your core values are. How would you describe your team and your biggest lesson on hiring? What really matters?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Hint started from my own realization that the world needed more water products and less healthy perception and more healthy reality. And I constantly was out when I was initially selling this product, and before we even had employees, sharing that story. And more than anything, I was trying to tell people why they needed it, not only the buyers and who I was dependent on them putting it on the shelf, but also the consumers. And it's interesting because over the years, as we started to add people, what I found was that people loved the product, and that's why they answered the ad or had come in to interview us because they loved the product. It was very rare that people hadn't actually heard about the product or tasted the product by the time that they actually came in the door. And many people have asked me, just, do you think being a female founder, female CEO, has that helped you to actually recruit people along the way? I don't know. Like, maybe it has, maybe it kept people from actually coming in as well to interview, which I certainly am, happy that they didn't come in if they didn't want to be working for a female or a female CEO. But I feel like the mission over the years has stayed, not only with consumers, and obviously it's certainly helped in sales, but also with employees. And maybe their mission is different than what my mission was. I think it all halos into health in some way. We have many people who have joined Hint over the years who are diabetic, who had found Hint as something that really helped them to be able to enjoy water a little bit more. We also have had people who have fought cancer over the years who found Hint when they were going through chemo treatments. And then there's a lot of people who have come to work for us over the years who had been working for one of the soda companies and really felt strongly that working for something that is not actually getting people healthy, that didn't have a purpose and didn't have a reason, was not something that they chose to do. And so I think that has never changed. I think it's hard to hire people that you can see through if they aren't passionate about sort of the product that they're selling. And so we always encourage people. People have said to me over the years, do you police the environment? So can they drink a Diet Coke or a Red Bull or whatever it is? And we don't police the environment for sure, but it's just never really been anything that has ever been an issue. So that is really the core of it, but really thoughtful team, thoughtful people that I think really not only care about purpose-driven and wanting to work for a purpose-driven company, but also really care about health, and something that I think most people care about today, especially having gone through the last 2 years.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Rosie, I'm going to pass it off to you. I don't know. I think we might have time for one question in Phoenix, 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you, Sam. Okay, so who has a question in this room? Anybody have a question?
No questions.
Okay, besides naming your product Wawa, what was the worst mistake you'll admit to?
Yeah.
So many mistakes along the way. And I admit to a lot of my mistakes, but I think one of the stories that I also share in my book is a story with Starbucks. And so, that's sort of a dream account for anybody to have, to be wanted by Starbucks. And we were not alone for sure, and sort of feeling that way. We ended up getting into Starbucks. It took us about 6 months to really get going with Starbucks and get to sort of a level that we were going over what we were supposed to be, sort of the goals of what they had set for us that were, revenue goals. By the end of a year and a half, we were doing 3 times what they wanted us to be doing. I was jumping for joy every single day, thinking, very highly of, myself and the product that we had created and we were selling. It was about 40% of our overall sales was sitting in the hands of Starbucks. And we got a phone call from a buyer who was a brand new buyer who had just come in to Starbucks, very nice person, and said that they had heard great things about us and Hint was doing great, but unfortunately they had really bad news. And I said, well, it can't be that bad because we're doing triple the amount of sales. And she said, we're discontinuing your product because we are putting food in the case. And we want to, we'd love to continue working with you, but it's just not possible. We only have so much space and we're going to be putting sandwiches and higher margin businesses in the case. So that was a bad day. It was primarily a bad day because I had 40% of my business wrapped up with Starbucks. And in one phone call, that went away. No warning that it was going to go away. It wasn't that we weren't doing well. And the buyer dropped the news that it was happening next week. So I had inventory that was going to go bad. And I had truckloads of inventory that was going to go bad. It's a story of not only putting your eggs in one basket, or too many eggs in one basket, I should say, but also knowing that it's during those times that you have to look for opportunities that will allow you to move forward, even when there are hard days like that, even when you've made incredible risk and decisions that are going to cost you. I had investors that I was accountable for this big mistake, that I didn't have any other options for this inventory. And that's when an email came in from Amazon. And Amazon, the buyer said in the email, I love your product. I buy it every morning at Starbucks. And so I didn't know if I should share with him that we were being discontinued from Starbucks. But when I picked up the phone and got him on the phone, he said, I need inventory immediately. And I need truckloads of inventory immediately. And how fast do you think you can get it to me? And so, of course, I said, if you can wire me the money right away, I didn't overrun a BlackBerry hint. And so we're happy to sell it to you. And we did, and we became one of the #1 products in grocery for Amazon. And so going back to, you know, is it a mistake? Is it a failure? There were a lot of lessons learned. And I think that that's the thing that I've learned is that sometimes when you're in it, it's messy, it hurts, you're scared, all of these things that we all experience. But can you go back, and sometimes it takes time to go back and figure out what you do wrong, right? I hated Starbucks. I was so angry at Howard Schultz, right? But when I thought about the fact that the Amazon buyer specifically said that he drank a hint every single morning from Starbucks, maybe that would have never happened if we weren't in Starbucks. Maybe he wouldn't have even known that our product existed. So things happen for a reason, and you have to believe that it's during those challenging times. You just have to figure out how to move forward.
Thank you for sharing. That was amazing. We are out of time, so we don't have any more time for questions. But thank you again, Kara, for joining us today. We were super excited and super inspired by your journey and story. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Definitely DM me I'm all over social like Kara Golden, and hopefully you guys will pick up the book. It's also on Audible too.
Awesome. All right. And before we wrap up the day, we do have one of our community sponsors who is going to share a word. So I invite Raquel Landefield to come up here and just share a few sentiments with everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello. Yes, I'm Raquel, and I'm here representing Startup Grind Phoenix. And yeah, we're one of the sponsors, and just want to say we're proud to be here and supporting our women entrepreneurs. And if you want to get involved, we'd love to have you. Our vision is to kind of really showcase the grind of the startup community, and to sorry. So to just showcase everybody where you're at and like grinding through the startup world, as opposed to in the past, we've had a lot of success. We're still going to be showcasing a lot of success, but we're also going to be showing more of that, like starting up actual startups. So just go to startupgrind.com. You'll find a Phoenix chapter, and we'll be seeing you around. Glad to be here. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Raquel. So we are about to let you all go for the day, but not without some good stuff. We promised you some raffles, so we are going to raffle off some prizes here. First up, we are going to draw a ticket for the Fitbit here in San Diego. You do have to be present. Yes. To win, let me just grab one of these tickets. We're going to spin it around. All right, and the lucky winner is, okay, 9498123. Woohoo! Yes! What's your name? All right, Jessica Aguilar. Congratulations. You have a Fitbit for you. Excellent.
Okay, and now to select our winner here in Phoenix. All right. So our numbers are 531044. No, nobody? All right, we're waiting. Let's see. 044 are the last three numbers. All right, we can try again. All righty, so now we have 531007. Woo!
Yeah. Yes. Oh. Okay, so I think that's Rosie.
Okay, so after,
Sorry.
so now we're gonna be announcing our community leaderboard contest. The prize will be a 1-year subscription to a masterclass. This attendee has gone above and beyond in contributing to conversations, asking important questions, and connecting with others. So our community leader for the Women's Entrepreneur Summit is, now give me a second. Oh. Okay, what was, I don't think I have the I don't think I have the name right now. Hold on.
Costania Fotiu. Sorry, I hope I said that okay. Yay! How do you say your name? Because I know I butchered it. Constantina. All right, congratulations. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Okay, and now we will be finally announcing the winners of our photo contest with a free book from Kara Golden, Undaunted. We were very excited. We heard some excerpts from that book today, so I'm definitely going to be purchasing that after this summit. So our photo contest, we have 2. We have Christine Colburn. I'm not sure if you're where you're at, but if you're here or online, Christine Colburn.
She's in Phoenix.
In person, all right. Wonderful. And then our second winner is Sophia Mendoza. In
Okay.
Phoenix.
So we don't have another physical copy here, but we will get you a copy. We promise.
We'll mail it out to you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right, so be sure to check out those photos. And again, you have access to the Whova app for 3 months. You can, afterwards, we will be uploading all the slide decks, all that information that you were given today. So you can continue to interact beyond the event on the Whova app. So thank you all for joining us, and I'll hand it back to Sam for some last words.
Okay, and once again, I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to Rosie. Thank you everyone that helped in planning this amazing event. It takes a village, like we said several times today. So thank you all, and thank you all for joining. And of course, for our amazing partner, GoDaddy. Let's give another round of applause for making this happen. I just wanted to take this time. I know I've chatted with many of you in person here, but I also wanted to let everyone online know, and those of you in Phoenix, we have many resources here at the BBB available to your fingertips as well. So I just wanted to let you know a little bit about those. We have this summit that we just hosted today. We are going to be hosting several other summits and events throughout the year. So please feel free to check on those at events.bbcommunity.org. Don't worry, those links will be in the chat or available to you on the Whova app. And you could come work with us, co-work with us, attend our meeting spaces at Ignite here in San Diego and in Phoenix, and our Business Community Center in Phoenix as well. We are always looking to network and get with our community, and we love it. So you can find us at Ignite Sparked by bbb.org. And then this is a little bit of something that's very near and dear to my heart. So most of you who are here are entrepreneurs, and you're probably looking to grow your business because that's what we do. I am the entrepreneur program manager here, and we do run programs for entrepreneurs. So we have a Blueprint, which is our online incubator, and you can find that at bbblueprint.com. It is a self-paced, completely free online business incubator. So if you're in the stage of launching a business and you're anywhere from ideation to activation, this would be the course for you. If you are in revenue and you're looking to accelerate your journey, we have a program that we're actually recruiting for right now. It is completely scholarship based. Thank you to GoDaddy. It's an 8-week intensive small business accelerator. It is dedicated to serving women entrepreneurs, everyday entrepreneurs, and those in underserved communities. And you can find more information about that by asking any of us today after the event or going to bbbempower.com. There's also a QR code in the Ignite here and in Phoenix. I believe you can scan that, and you can always reach out to me, and my email will be somewhere, or you can find me for that as well. So once again, we wanted to thank you. It is because of women like you that we can do these summits and just getting together in person and online. And thank you to all of our speakers, and we appreciate you, and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Thank you very much.
right, that's it. All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. You're more than welcome to continue to hang out here and connect with one another. As Samantha mentioned, if you want to learn more about any of our programs, you can ask any of us. But thank you again for joining us, and stay up to date with us at events.bub.org. And we will.
Thank you, Rosie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.